my friends, and thank you so much for coming to join me today. Today is Wednesday, May 8th of 2024. We are into day 7 of the Twilight Zone. That is the Karen Read trial. You know, you know. How is everyone today? We're having some massive thunderstorms here on the East Coast in New York this morning, so we're going to hope that the internet holds out for this live stream. So I've split it into 2 sections. We're going to do the morning, and then we're going to teleport over into the afternoon session so that we can have a little break maybe. And I want to know how everyone is doing after yesterday. That was quite an explosive day. Very, very, very interesting day. Blank got spanked. That was the title of my thumbnail. Usually I've been trying to name them after songs or song lyrics. And I was going to use Send in the Clowns, but I decided to use Lank got spanked or Lank gets spanked, and then immediately was demonetized. I don't think that YouTube likes that word, spanked, but I appealed it and I won relatively quickly. So there's that. So keep in mind today for the morning sesh, if you have any song that you think would be appropriate for a thumbnail, or if you have any song lyrics that you think might be appropriate for a thumbnail, depending on what we exactly see today, because every day is an adventure, isn't it? Every day is certainly an adventure. And last night when we parted ways, it was actually only the afternoon because as such, court in Norfolk Superior in the courtroom of Justice Beverly Cannoni is only half days on Tuesday, Thursdays from 9 to 1. But today will be a full day, and so we will be together all day, my friends, just hugging it out throughout this ridiculousness that is the Karen Read trial. Do they like paddled? I don't know. Maybe paddled would be better. But Lank got spanked. Hey, it rhymed. I thought it was, a little play on words, and yet so very true. I mean, he tried so hard. He tried so hard to come across as a genuine, credible guy. But why don't you tell me what you think he came across as? A friendly? I don't know. I was glad that all that testimony came in about the 2002 incident between Lank and the Lapalato brothers and Chris Albert. And then again, what happened he said it was 2009, but I thought it was 2012 about Tim Albert with the massive hit and run accident where his trail of oil led all the way back to 34 Fairview. And apparently he did say that there was some beef. It came out that there was some beef maybe between Brian Albert and Lank about arresting his brother Tim for that accident. Did anybody catch that? Because it was a very quick thing, that he was kind of mad about it. Maybe Brian Albert was mad that he arrested his brother Tim. But then, as we found out, those charges against Tim were dropped. Imagine that. After restitution. So by restitution they mean that his insurance company paid for the property damage to the woman's car that he rear-ended at high speed and then fled the scene from because he was afraid. It was definitely 2010, says Fairy Raven. Yeah, didn't he testify to 2009? Because I did go back and watch parts of this again. Sometimes what I like to do at night, when the Rangers aren't playing, by the way, which, oh my God, a double overtime last night win against the Canes. That was a great game last night for the Rangers. So let's go Rangers. Do the Bruins play tonight? We should be done by then. Don't worry. Fairy Raven says it was definitely 2012 for Timmy Albert's arrest. And so, was 0.20 BAC afraid, says Kevin Griffin. They never did. They never took his blood though, right? He was never tested for DUI or whatever you call it there, OUI. Was he? No, and why did he flee to Brian's house after that incident? Because it was the closest. But notice how Lank also knew the exact intersection of where that accident happened. Or no, it was Good. Actually, I think Goody was questioned about it. Was it Goody? Because Goody, I'm going to call him Goody. That's his new nickname. Or Good and Plenty. Let's call him Good and Plenty because there's good. He's good. And there's plenty BS that he's shoveling our way. Good and Plenty. he did testify, and he remembered the exact intersection where it happened because, of course, after it was brought up in proffer the day before, then Lally had to run back. He couldn't lallygag his way back. They obviously had to rush back there and prep Goody on that previous call that they had made to 34 Fairview all those years ago. And Goody came on, and he remembered the exact intersection where it happened. And he remembered that there was an oil trail leading right to 34 Fairview, kind of like Hansel and Gretel left those breadcrumbs or whatever they left to leave a trail into the woods of the witch's house. Jennifer's voting for Chain of Fools. Thanks, Jennifer, for the super chat. And I'm going to write that down. I have to start a new legal pad today because I already have several legal pads full of notes on this case. I don't know why, but I guess it's just force of habit. Taking notes on things such as like this. So Chain of Fools is going up there. Send in the Clowns is another one. Sometimes we have to wait until the end of the morning sesh before we can decide exactly what song lyrics are best. Thank you to Maureen Francis, as always, for sponsoring this show with her generous contribution through Cash App to the channel before the stream even starts. And you're amazing. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks for your super chat. Thank you for all that you do. Your coverage is second to none. Thank you guys for watching, because without you, I would just be sitting home screaming at my television while I'm watching this coverage. On top, thank you for the super sticker. You're very generous, always coming in with the super stickers. Brianne came a member. Welcome. And Susan Agnello, thank you so much. You're always very generous for your super sticker. Jewel, good morning. Thanks for your super chat. When a witness is both on the prosecution and defense list, will they get called twice to the stand? Thanks for covering this. They can. Sure. The defense is permitted to call the witness back in its case in chief, unless Massachusetts says different crazy rules that I'm not aware of, because they seem to have a lot of really crazy rules that go all the way back to Pilgrim times. Hear ye, hear ye. And then they mention God in their thing when after they say hear ye, hear ye. We'll listen today. Something about God and everyone. So yeah, unless Massachusetts has different rules, you are allowed to call witnesses back if you're a case in chief and or for rebuttal. And you can bet the Katie McLaughlin is going to be called back, I would imagine, since all these pictures have resurfaced of her with Caitlin Albert. And remember, we still have not heard that argument. So defense counsel today is what, Wednesday? Argued on Monday that they had received a deluge of emails from concerned citizens with more recent photographs of Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin. Most recently, they sat at a baby shower in June of 2021, which was 6 months before Officer John O'Keefe was murdered. So if I recall, and I didn't get a chance, I was going to do this last night. I was going to go back and watch Katie McLaughlin's testimony again to see what she said about when the last time she saw when the last time she saw Caitlin Albert was, because there are pictures that have surfaced. And I thought she hadn't seen her in many, many years. Hi, Peter Murphy. Hi, Peter Murphy. I see you're watching. I'm live. He's texting me. He's doing a wellness check. Thank you. He says, what say you? Good morning, Peter Murphy. If you're watching, hello. I don't know if you're at court today. Peter Murphy is a retired sergeant in Canton PD, served in Canton PD for something like 30 to 35 years. And he knows the deets on the sitch. He gets it. You may have seen him on another channel. I think he's done some guest appearances on some other shows. And he's become a very good friend and protector, which apparently I need at this point. So thank you, Jewel, for that super chat. And again, Jennifer with the Chain of Fools suggestion. And Solomon Landscaping, thank you so much, who says, these ridiculous strikes they are giving you on YouTube need to stop, just like judging Bev and her biased behavior needs to stop. I don't know, YouTube's got some crazy AI program, I guess, that scans your content and your thumbnail to see if it's, appropriate for advertisers. But then what they do, oh, here comes the fan. Then what they do is they show commercials anyway during your stream, even though they're saying it's not friendly to advertisers. So I don't know. I think maybe there's a class action there, but what do I know? It's only what I do for a living. There are a lot of creators that they're leaving money on the table for, saying they're not friendly to advertisers, and yet, but then, oh, I hate that fan so much. And yet, but then they still show commercials, so it doesn't make sense. Hi, Sarah Harvey. Thanks for your super chat. She says, thanks for covering this case so thoroughly. Oh, this is absolutely my pleasure. We've been here this long. We're going to be here until the very, very, very end. Thank you, Sarah Harvey, for your super chat. And Amanda Capone, thank you so much for your super sticker. Maria Vargas, thank you so much for your super chat. Red Solo Cup, Canton PD, let's have a party. Oh, I used that the other day. That's their official anthem. Red Solo Cup was the title of one of my thumbnails. And that was completely appropriate. Thanks for your commentary, Mel. We love you. Love this community. We do have an amazing community here that we are building. We have the best moderators on YouTube. And I'm not afraid to say it. We don't do the trash talk. We don't do the bullying. We don't curse on this channel because, not that I don't curse in real life, because, occasionally I do. But this is a place where my viewers can watch this content without headphones in front of their children and or with their 95-year-old moms who love to watch true crime but don't like the language. So we try and keep it clean. We try and keep it classy for the people who want to do that or who want to listen to it at work while they're working and they can't have the F-bombs dropped all over the office. And I get it. And I'm here for it. Hi, Kelly M or Kel M thanks for your super chat. Your Boston accent is getting better every day. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes it blends in with the New York accent, but I'm working on it. You have changed for a dwalla? You've changed for a dwalla? Pink Nasty, thanks for your $5 super chat. If Karen is found innocent, can she sue the police department and city because of the incompetence to recoup the money she has spent on legal fees? Yes, she may, in fact, have a civil action for violating her civil rights if she meets certain criteria. So we will see. Stay tuned for that. We've seen it in other cases where defendants have gone on to sue after they were either incarcerated falsely and then DNA comes out years later that shows that they did not commit the crime, or there is a false prosecution with crazy, ridiculous evidence like this and incompetence. You don't even have to go so far in this case to say that there was corruption or a cover-up as much as there was incompetence in the investigation and that they failed to pursue any other leads. And you heard Lank say that yesterday. He said to dispatch about Officer John O'Keefe, and this was the most important thing he said yesterday, if you could cut through all the BS like you could with a knife. I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever. That's what he said to dispatch. He didn't say, I don't know if he's been in a car accident or whatever. He said, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever. It's pretty quick. Go back and listen to it and play it over and over in your head when you're feeling bad about how this case is going, because that came out of Lank's mouth. And everything he did after that, he wasn't looking for a fight anymore. After Jen McCabe got his ear for 8 or 9 minutes outside, then he took that mysterious phone call where he walked off camera to take that phone call. We're going to find out who he called. I'm sure they have the phone records on that, because after that was when he called CPAC, he said. So that was interesting. And then the house lights went on like it was some kind of bar and it was time to go. Closing time. There's a song for you, Closing Time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. The house lights went on and they thought it would be okay then to go knock on the door and talk to the homeowners. Effing hippie, thanks for your super chat. Trucking up to Canton, set up like a bowling pin. Yep, knocked down. Gets to where it's been. Just keep trucking on, my friends. We're just going to keep trucking on. It's crazy. It is crazy. Rhonda, Iowa girl, thanks for your super chat. You guys are coming in so early here with the generosity. I love you. Rhonda, Iowa girl, Hanky Panky would have been a good song title. There's a lot of it going on in this case. Oh, awesome. Writing that down. Hanky Panky. Love that. Thank you so much. And to Carol Woodward, thank you so much. At least the fan is a predicted role. That's right. We can rely on that fan. I have some fan emojis in the chat for my members. I put a whole bunch of new emojis in just for this trial. We've got a puffy jacket. We've got a fan. We've got what if any, I think is one. And where is that puffy jacket anyway? Amanda, thanks so much for another super chat. A dispatch call for Karen's father, section 12. Yeah. So you think that was what the phone call was? They're saying that Karen's father called dispatch that he was worried about her and he wanted her to be in protective custody. I have no reason to believe that's not true. There must be a log somewhere of that call, and maybe it'll come out. And they were far away. They were in Dighton, which I think is something like 40 miles away. It's possible. I don't know. They wanted her in protective custody. Did he mean, please take her to the hospital and on an involuntary hold? I'm not sure. We'll see about that. Luza. Come on in, Luza. Thanks for your super chat. I hope they interview you for the explosive documentary I know they have to be making. I'm pretty sure it's in the works. I think that there is at least one documentary, if not mere. I mean, it really kind of needs to be a miniseries, don't you think? I don't even think a documentary would do it justice. Thank you, Elf, for gifting a membership, and congratulations to whoever did get the membership. The fan is still on. The Pretender by Foo Fighters. That's awesome. Thank you very much, Curious and Curiouser, for that super chat. Pretender. And the witness that's going to be on today is Ray Charles. Ray Charles, is that his name? Charles Ray, maybe R-A-E. I don't know where my notes from yesterday are, but we'll see. I've got a banner for him, so we know who he is. Thank you, Blue Aqua, for your super chat. Love your channel. Great legal commentary. Free Karen Reed. Justice for Officer Don O'Keefe. She was framed. Thank you, Blue Aqua, for that. We're going to try and see if the sound is any better today. I hope that somebody fixes the microphone by the attorneys, because we can't hear the attorneys very well. I know it's annoying. I'll try and, if the sound is low, tell me so that I will move away from my mic so that I don't blow your ears out if you're listening to me on your earbuds. I know. I was listening on mine last night, and I can't even hear Lally at all. And I, who can blame him? He doesn't want to be heard. It's embarrassing what he's doing. What they're talking about, Jimmy. Dreamer, thinker, to take the place of a googly ad, and to thank you for keeping it classy and clean in the pursuit of truth. Also, hi, Peter Murphy. Thanks for your service, experience, and honesty. And thank you, Dreamer, thinker.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Kerry Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in Flood County of Norfolk. Do I name, give your attendance, you shall be heard. On state of Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves, please?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jones. This is better. It's a better start. I appreciate everybody being ready to start promptly today. I do have those 3 questions to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Did you watch Melanie's little show yesterday?
Okay, thank
on
you
YouTube?
very much. Can we bring Lieutenant Ray in, please?
Steve F., thanks for the super chat, says my favorite Steely Dan song record, Katie Lied. Maybe I'll go back and rename that one. Katie Lied. That's a good one. Thanks, Steve, for your super chat. All right, how's the volume today, you guys?
Michelle Stern, the evidence the court during the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Picking up where we left off yesterday afternoon, Lieutenant. Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up on the screen. And Lieutenant, so we're about 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 58 seconds into this particular cruiser video. With respect to this video, if you could just remind the jury where we are and what we're looking at here.
This is One Meadows Ave, Canton, Mass, John O'Keefe's residence.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could display this. Now, Lieutenant Ray, while this is up on the screen, if I could ask you to, you've reviewed this video since this date of January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted in regard to the rear area of the vehicle in front of your cruiser.
This vehicle right here is Miss Reed's vehicle. I believe that vehicle there is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. And I didn't, although I didn't know it at the time, but I have since reviewed.
Move to strike.
Yeah.
So let him finish his, you didn't know it at the time, but you have since what?
No,
I have since reviewed this video, and I can
no,
tell that there is
Okay, the
No.
objection sustained.
continue.
Now, during the course of
No, he's got to ask the question differently.
during the course of your
Okay,
watching,
helping him again.
where is it around the residence that you
We initially went up to one of the front doors. I believe it was the one on the right. And we rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and we're seeing if we could raise anybody and get any response.
And during the time that you were there, were you able to raise anybody and get a response?
No, sir.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if anything, did you learn as to the whereabouts of the children at the time that you were at the residence at 8:23, approximately 8?
After we left and we weren't able to raise anybody, shortly thereafter, we subsequently we did find out that the children were staying with friends or family at this time.
And Lieutenant, if you know, approximately how long were you at the residence doing this well-being check?
5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just bring the video forward to about 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 30 seconds. You can stop it there. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to that driveway area that was in front of your vehicle when you parked there, what, if anything, beyond sort of snow, ice, or things like that did you know within the driveway itself?
Within the driveway itself, I noticed there was 2 vehicles in the driveway.
Anything on the ground that you noted that didn't, anything on the ground beyond snow, did you know?
No, sir.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Sure.
Take all the moments, Lally. You just started 5 seconds ago and you already need a moment. It's going to be feisty today, you guys. I can just tell.
Now, sir, with reference to the residents of One Meadows Ave,
Turn the house lights on.
are you familiar with there being a security system or a ring video system at that residence?
Yes, there is a Ring camera system at that residence.
How would he know?
Subsequently,
Objection.
to this date, have you seen that ring video?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 6. If I could have video 159. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to now, Lieutenant Ray, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Recognize that to be the driveway of One Meadows Ave, and myself and Sergeant Lehan exiting our cruiser while in the driveway.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it through from there.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Nothing. Except for this little cupcake. The Lexus damage or lack thereof is not consistent with having hit a person, per federal experts. And also, I would submit to you common sense. Good morning, little cupcake. Nina says if there's a ring camera, we should see when Karen came home and left. Yes. Wait for it. Wait for it. That's coming.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video 160.
And again, we see the exhibit list.
If you could just pause it for just a moment. Now, again, what's up on the screen, Lieutenant, do you recognize that?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
that's me exiting the front of the residence, walking towards the driveway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play it through.
Thank you, Linda. Like and subscribe. It's free. Doesn't look like 6 inches to me either, Anya. And look at if you could see the top of John's car, a dusting.
Ms. Gilman, can I have exhibit 5?
Okay.
And from that, could I have video number 18? If you could just pause it there. Lieutenant, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen now?
Yes,
What do you recognize that?
one of the front doors to Mr. O'Keefe's house, and I'm entering the frame on the left.
Anytime, Ms. Gilman, if you could run it.
Great point, Jennifer. Jennifer says they claim Karen deleted all the ring video later in the morning. So how is this there? That's right. They claim she deleted it when she came back to the house after the hospital with her father and they went up into the bedroom. Excellent point, Jennifer Picard. Thank you for being here. I am not seeing any timestamps on this video either, Cookie Harris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video 19.
Mrs. Wicked Smart says you can see her taillight all red during that time. So here they are again, just waiting by the door. Nobody's coming.
Pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Again, in addition to going to the front door and sort of in the driveway area, where, if anywhere, are you going in this video now?
It looks like I'm heading towards from this vantage point to the right, which if you're looking at the house from the front would be the left, to see if there's anything in plain view through the windows, if I could see anybody, any persons, any activity.
Remember,
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
remember, he said he's there looking for the children because they claim not that the children, they don't know where the children are. So they went to do a wellness check on the kids. Somebody put in the chat how old the oldest was at the time, the niece. She's 16 now, so she would have been perhaps 14 then. And and why didn't they just ask Karen where the kids were? Because the nephew had a sleepover and he was still at his friend's house. And I believe somebody was called to come and pick up the daughter. Why didn't they just ask Karen? Or Jen McCabe? Right. Thank you. Thanks, Mark De Silva. If the judge wants to keep this trial moving, then she should tell Lally to stop playing useless, nothing videos.
You can take that down and Mr. Officer, if we could have if we could have the light back on. Thanks, sir. And Lieutenant Ray, just lastly, once you left the residence of One Meadows Ave, where did you go?
I believe it went back to the police station.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just one moment. Take all the moments. This reminds me of the Ruby Frankie case. If you know, you know. The police went to do a wellness check on the children because the oldest sister called to say they had been left alone for 5 days. And they just went to the house,
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
knocked on the door.
Christine,
The kids didn't
Defense has
answer.
no questions.
okay, you are all set.
So they left. So that was a big nothing. What did we see? People were sending me pictures last night that the Twidiots were going berserk over that video, zooming in and saying, look, you can see there's a piece of the taillight missing. Where's that bombshell from this testimony of Ray Charles?
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean-
Call Mr. Michael Camerano to the stand.
Sorry, Charles Ray. Michael Camerano is the friend of John O'Keefe, who went with him to the bar that night. I think they first went to CF McCarthy's, then Karen met him there. Let's see what Michael Camerano has to say. Let's see if they bring up the plumbing fight. Yikes.
Your Honor, if I may, while the witness is coming in, may we approach this
Sure.
procedural thing?
Oh, procedural thing. Miss Jen, PhD, thank you for your super chat. Super sticker. Steve's favorite Steely Dan record is Katie Lied. I wrote that down, I think. Thank you for your super chat. And Bernie, good morning. Bernie, thanks for your super chat. Will the photos and perjury issue by Katie McLaughlin be sorted out today? Do you think? I hope so. Thank you for everything. Thank you for watching. I hope so. I hope they're going to get to that today. How long is she going to let that hang out there in the wind? I told you on Monday, I thought it should be decided that day. It was time sensitive. But you know what she's doing? She's opening up a whole more 48 hours for the interested public who are so angry about what they perceive as a lie told by Katie McLaughlin on the stand. And they're all sending in all kinds of more pictures because now the evidence is going to be even more overwhelming. So there's that. Jennifer, thanks for your super chat. I Venmoed questions. Plastic dust excuse, day 5. Yes, and I saw your questions, and I was going to address your questions with photos of the Lexus, but let me go back to your questions. One of which, Jennifer Liebold says, were Brian and Nicole in the basement doing DNA cleanup rather than in the master bedroom? What say you, my friends? She says, no doubt they knew what was going on outside, but they may have been further away. Thank you for that generous donation and question. And why don't you guys tell us what you think in the chat about that supposition? And then Jennifer sent another Venmo and says, Sally Port, full picture, a very clean back of car. Sure looks like fresh dust from shattered plastic, maybe. Bumper and over taillight. What do you think? I'll see if I can find a picture in the Sally port for later, Jennifer, and then we'll pull that back up. If anybody has those pictures handy, the Sally port pictures of the back of the Lexus, and you can email them to me at fanbase@mlittlelaw.com, that'd be great. You guys are always so willing to help me because, you know, I'm just a one-woman show over here. Just a one-woman show trying to do the best I can. Thanks, Miss Jen, PhD, for your super sticker. Miss Jen, PhD, for your super chat. All aboard the crazy train. Woo, woo. Come with me on the crazy train. JD, thank you so much for your super chat on the Steely Dan train with Dirty Work. Yeah. A lot of Steely Dan songs actually would be good for this, huh? Dirty Work. It's like Shakedown Street. DB, thanks for being a member for 2 months. In the air tonight, Phil Collins. Love this channel and community. We love you right back, DB. Miss Jen, thank you for becoming a member.
Why don't you step over there? It's not clerk and reserve. You solemnly swear the understatement of the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. I do. Thank you. Just need you to really speak loudly into that microphone. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live, sir?
292 Mechanic Street in Canton.
Oh,
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please, okay?
don't tell everyone.
And, sir, if you want that microphone to adjust around to whatever's comfortable, okay? And how long have you lived in Canton?
18 years.
And that residence you
He is the first civilian witness, my friends. The first civilian witness. He's not a cop. He's a friend of Officer John O'Keefe.
live at, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife and 2 children,
And what's your wife's name?
Katherine,
And how old are your 2 children?
16 and 13.
And the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Girl,
And your other child, is that a boy or a girl?
boy,
Now, your wife, how long have you, the 2 of you been married?
25 years.
And do you work, sir?
Yes.
What is it that you do for work?
Labor's union.
And does your wife work as well?
Correct.
And what does she do?
She's a nurse.
Oh, well, then your wife knows.
If I could.
This was not a car accident.
To January 28th, 2022. You recall that date, sir?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
Friday.
And following work, what did you do after work?
I went home, did some stuff with the kids.
And during the time that you were home, who, if anyone, did you speak with, either via phone, text?
I was talking to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to John O'Keefe, how did you know John O'Keefe?
I met John 7 years ago.
And how was it that the 2 of you met?
We met through mutual friends, and then our kids became very friendly.
And the mutual friends through whom you met, who were they?
The Robertses,
And
Oh, Kerry Roberts.
Kurt and Kerry.
And starting with Kurt Roberts, how do you know Kurt Roberts?
I grew up with Kurt.
Where did the 2 of you grow up?
Milton.
So you've known Kurt Roberts most of your life, is that correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that, so you have 2 children. How many children did Mr. O'Keefe have?
2.
And those 2 children, as far as their ages and genders, what were they in relation to your 2 children?
Same.
So 16-year-old girl.
13-year-old son. Yes.
And were each of your 2 children friends with Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew?
Correct.
Now, as far as friends were concerned, starting with your children and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew, how close friends were
My daughter was extremely close.
they? And extremely close with John
Kaylee.
O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee?
Yeah. Yeah.
And with reference to
He said,
your
was.
son and John O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, what was sort of the nature of their relationship?
They were close also.
Were.
And as far as activities, what if any sort of activities did your kids do with Patrick and Kaylee?
Patrick and Michael played baseball together. Kaylee and Madeline played basketball,
Oh, so
soccer
sad.
also.
And John O'Keefe, how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
We were close. We did a lot of stuff together. Pick up the kids, drop the kids off. We coordinated a lot of stuff together. We're friends.
And your residence versus, you're familiar with where Mr. O'Keefe lived, correct?
Yes.
Where did he live?
Meadows Ave.
He misses his
How
friend.
far away is Meadows Ave from where you?
5 minutes.
Now, with regard to the girls, and by that I mean your daughter and John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, was going on with them on that particular day?
They both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And which school was that?
Bishop Fan?
Is that a private school?
Yes.
So at the time of this, in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee was she?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
Wonder if they're not friends anymore, and if so, why not? The kids are in the custody of Mrs. O'Keefe, John's mom. Is that correct? Can anyone confirm that for me? And if that is the case, is she not permitting them to be friends with the Cameranos anymore? And if that's true, then why?
I'm directing your attention.
Show counsel.
Yeah, Lally, that's how it's done. Oh, because the kids are in public school now?
I'm showing you the document.
Okay.
Just as far as specifically with reference to starting on page 188 of that document, if you could just look at that briefly in a couple of minutes.
So I'm going to instruct the jury on this. These are text messages, right? All right, so folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the messages were sent or authored by Mr. Camerano or Mr. O'Keefe, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. Okay.
Wait, so there's a problem with their authenticity? I need to hear that instruction again, sorry.
Communications in your
Starting on page 188 of that document.
to instruct the jury on this. These are text messages, right? All right, so folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the messages were sent or authored by Mr. Camerano or Mr. O'Keefe, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case.
So they haven't been authenticated as
Go ahead,
real
Mr.
text
Lally.
messages? What?
May I approach this briefly again?
Yes.
Am I insane?
before I do that, Mr. Camerano, do you recognize what's depicted on that page that I just showed you?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
Text messages.
And those text messages that you had back and forth with Mr. O'Keefe on that date of January 28th?
Correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit the book essentially as an exhibit.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This entire book is text messages between Michael Camerano and Officer John O'Keefe. This entire binder that looks like it's, I don't know, 3 inches thick.
Thank you.
About going to basketball practice, maybe? Good morning, all 3,400 of you.
Mr. Camerano, bring your attention back to page 187 of that document. Do you see anything in there listing sort of participants in a text communication or conversation? On the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And as far as who are sort of listed as the participants in that conversation that comes to follow on the next page? Sorry, sir, just from page 187. From
My wife.
Your wife and who, if anyone else?
John.
And your wife, John, and is your number there as well?
It's a group text
Correct.
about carpooling.
So essentially, that's a conversation between yourself, your wife, Katherine, and John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, beyond sort of your memory of that, as far as the numbers that are associated with those names, do you recognize any of those numbers as being yours, your wife's, and John O'Keefe's?
Yes, they do have John's phone, Michael.
No, there's just 3 numbers there.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip the page to the next one, 188. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may Ms. Gilman publish this to the jury to read as well?
Yes.
You want the jury to go through 7 years of text messages in the jury room that have nothing to do with this case other than they were making plans to like carpool to basketball practice? Really? Michael, comment of the morning.
All right, Ms. Gilman, if you could just, thank you. Pardon my mind. So, sir, what's up on the screen right now? Is that what you have before you as page 188 of exhibits? I think it's 48.
Yes.
What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as from these conversations, there are blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you can tell from the content or from anything else on the page before you, who was communicating in the blue bubble and who was communicating in the green?
Katie, my wife.
From within.
Oh,
the
no,
bubble.
I'm communicating. Sorry. Excuse me.
So there's
Blue
a
bubbles
from
and green bubbles have
Yes.
entered the chat.
Correct.
And so the sender would be in the from. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So this first one on the top of page 188, this is from you. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you say in this conversation?
Congrats. This is great news.
And what, if anything, are you referring to by that?
Kaylee getting her acceptance letter.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just scroll down.
Yeah, great.
The next bubble, who is that from and what does it say?
It's from me.
Great. Joanne says all their phone numbers are now published, right? They didn't think to redact this because now all the Twitiots and the Twitter trolls and the Crucify Karen Reed people are now going to start calling him and his wife, harassing them. That's great.
Yes, we did.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, from this bubble, who is this from and what does it say?
It's from John. Same news, I hope.
Is that still in reference to the news regarding team?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, sir, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From me, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. The next green bubble, what if anything does that say? And who is it from?
From John. Sweet. Congrats, Madeline.
And that's your daughter's name?
Correct.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what is it?
It's from my wife. I'm so excited for these girls. Madeline doesn't know yet.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Yeah. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ.
And
Well, I told Kaylee already, so I'm sure she's texted her by now. Poor kid is probably a nervous wreck.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Maybe that's why they're not on the screen right now, Boston Mom.
I
'Cause
know.
They realized it.
And who is that from?
From my wife, Kate.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. And the next bubble, sir.
From me, I am sure she is freaking out.
And if you could scroll down again, please. And the next bubble, sir, who is it from and what does it say?
From John. No doubt.
Boston JD says, OMG, what is Lally doing? I'll tell you what he's doing. What he's doing is he is showing how amazing Karen was to those children because she stayed home with them during COVID and did their homeschooling with them. And she was there with them. And she may be part of the reason that Kaylee got accepted to that prestigious private school. And now she's been pulled out of that prestigious private school. And the kids apparently are no longer friends. And Michael Camerano is crying about it.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman.
So it's going to backfire.
Now, sir, if I could, may I approach on just a
Yes.
They did not cross the
Do we need the
welfare
lights
check,
on?
dude, Stephanie.
I don't.
Mr. Camerado, are you able to see without these lights on?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Give the dude like a little flashlight that could give you in dark restaurants to look at the menu.
Direct your attention to within the same exhibits, page 156.
Oh, Scott, maybe. Lally's going to say Karen wasn't included in the text because he was going to leave her. Watch. It doesn't say what the date. Did we get the date on these text messages? If anybody knows the date.
And so just before we get to that, on this particular day, January 28th, 2022, where was your wife that day?
Well, this is the 28th.
She was at home.
And at some point, did she go to work on the 28th?
Correct.
And what is sort of her typical work schedule with reference to, at that time, what was her sort of typical work schedule with reference to weekends?
She worked weekend nights, her shift.
And as far as your typical schedule on Friday evenings, what, if anything, was it that you would typically do?
Friday, I would be with the kids. I would, get them ready for stuff for the weekend, take care of all the activity that we have.
And then in reference to that, as far as the weekends were concerned, or Friday evenings in particular, what, if any, sort of usual thing would you do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
I would usually go over the O'Keefe's house every Friday.
And with your children, is that correct?
Correct, with at least one of them, if not both of them.
So either your son's hanging out with Patrick or your daughter's hanging out with Kaylee, typically on Friday, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to what you have before you as page 156 of this exhibit, again, towards the bottom, is there an indication as to a conversation starting on the next page as far as who, if anyone, the participants are?
What are you asking?
Ashley.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Ashley for the win, just wasting time.
Bottom of page 156 here,
Yes.
as far as that box at the bottom, what, if anything, does that indicate as far as the participants in the conversation that continues or begins on the next page?
Dave Matthews. Thanks, Ashley.
Myself and John.
And sir, if I could ask you to flip the page over to page 157. And, Your Honor, with court's permission, could I publish this part of the conversation for the jury?
Yes, there's no objection, Mr. Jackson, right?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going from page 156 to page 150 now.
Thanks, Lally.
And so, Mr. Camerano, again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as page 157?
Correct.
And you can look at either, whether it's the book in front of you.
Okay.
Or if it's easier to see the screen, either is fine. But with reference to what's up on the screen, that first bubble, if you could indicate to the jury again who it's from and what it's saying.
It's from JJ. How did Kara do, by the way?
And who is Karen?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Now, with reference, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And the next bubble again. I'm sorry. May I-
Take the screen down, please, Ms. Gilman. Turn on the lights, please. Thank you.
May I have just a moment with counsel?
Sure.
Yeah,
It's point to strike whatever,
Yeah.
and just for the record, Your Honor, I would ask at this point to strike whatever, I don't think there was a whole lot done on that page, but whatever that was did not.
Yes,
seem to be
it was an I don't know answer, so.
thank you.
Yeah. So jurors disregard that last question and answer.
And what, if any, oatmeal would you serve before school? That's a good question. LLG.
My apologies. Directing your attention, Mr. Camerano, to what on 157 before you, is that what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And so my apologies for the floor. But with regard to this first bubble on page 157, who is it from and what is it?
From JJ. You guys around tonight.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And with respect to that next blue bubble, who is it from and what is it?
From me, Kate is working. I'm around. Madeline Michael is going to the Loose to play with a friend.
And what is the loose play?
The Loose is a elementary school.
Was there a play?
The play, there's a park down there. Activities for kids.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From JJ. Okay. At the driveway with her now. I'll text on my way back.
And could that be at the doctor?
Could be.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, who is it from and what does it say?
Oh, Don. From me to JJ, everything okay?
And if you could, down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman.
Good one, Aaron. We're on the road to nowhere.
From JJ. Yes, stupid shit.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman. Again, fair to say that one's blank. Or as far as no text, but may have been something.
Yeah.
Bad boys.
Go back
bad
to the
boys.
microphone or.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? The feds, they're coming for you. What you gonna do when they come for you?
Camerano, the next bubble has no text to it, is that correct?
Correct.
And now you can move out of the way. I just wanted that question.
The next bubble below that green one, again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Just told Dr. Jin that they both got into fiend.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, green bubble, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Want to drop Madeline off and hit the hillside for a bit.
And what is a hillside, sir?
It's a pub.
And where is it located?
Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. blue bubble on the screen, who is that from? What does it say?
From me to Johnny, I probably won't get to your house till 5:30.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. Again, that green bubble, who is it from? And what does it say?
From Johnny, okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. And again, the blue bubble on the screen, who is it from? And what does it say?
From me, I am leaving in 10.
And, scroll down again.
Thanks, Laura.
Johnny, okay.
Hold on one second, sir. Just for the noise.
A lot of police activity today, and ambulances and fire trucks. And the courthouse is located right near, I think, the fire station and the police station. If those who know. But when I've asked before, that's what you guys told me.
Okay, sir. And the next screen bubble.
Could you answer again, please?
Yes. From JJ, okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one last time, and that's, thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
How about this? Did you
John,
plan?
may I approach this retreat?
How about this?
Yes.
Did you plan to meet John O'Keefe for drinks that night because you were celebrating because your daughters both got into, is it Bishop Fian? Is that the name of the high school? We could have solved this whole
Now, Mr.
debacle in
Camerano,
one
with
question.
regard to your statement in the text as far as leaving now, where were you leaving and where were you going to?
Leaving my house, going to John's house.
And who, if anyone, was going with you at that time?
My daughter,
And if you know approximately what time did you arrive at Mr. O'Keefe's site?
I don't.
Now, through your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, did you become familiar with a person named Karen Reed?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with her, and who, if anyone, was she to Mr. O'Keefe as far as you?
Who, if
John
anyone?
introduced me to her. She was John's girlfriend.
And just to be clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article or clothing that she's wearing?
She's sitting right there.
No, just ask the record to reflect identification and identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, prior to that date of January 28, 2022, how long had you known Ms. Reed?
A year?
Do you recall approximately when you met her?
No.
And as far as you were aware, where Mr. O'Keefe lived, did Ms. Reed live there as well?
Yes, not full time.
So she had a house of her own as far as you knew?
Correct.
And about how often on a given week would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Couple times.
And about how often would you see Ms. Reed?
I would see her also.
Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed, would there be occasions where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed?
Correct. Yes.
Would there be any occasion where you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And where would that be?
At the house, maybe at Fields.
Wake me up before you
Now-
go.
With reference to their relationship, what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame.
In the time period around, say, the weeks leading up to January 28, 2022, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Just regular guy conversations.
It's guy talk, Lally. Just guy
Anything,
talk.
specific that you can recall?
No.
When you arrived at the house, or typically when you would come over to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where is it that you would park?
In the driveway to,
Got nothing.
to the right.
And is that what you did on this particular day?
Yes.
When you arrived at the house, where did you go?
Into the house.
Yourself and your daughter?
Yes.
And when you got in there, who, if anyone, was at the house at that time?
Kaylee and John.
And what is it that you did, or what is it that occurred while you were in the house?
Excuse me?
What happened in the house?
We were just congratulating the girls, talking about how good it's going to be, different school, and just really excited for the girls.
And at some point, did yourself and Mr. O'Keefe make plans to leave the house?
Yes.
And where did you go?
We went down to McCarthy's.
And is that CF McCarthy's?
Correct.
Is that an establishment? Where is that?
It's in Canton Center.
And about how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's house is that?
5-10 minutes.
And is that somewhere that you're familiar with? You've been before?
Not frequently, no.
Now, with regard to, you know approximately what time you left Mr. O'Keefe's house and went to CF McCarthy's?
I don't.
And where were the girls when the two of you went to CF McCarthy's?
They were in the house.
And at the time that you left there and went to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, was there any plans as far as meeting anybody else there?
I'm supposed to meet Karen.
Would you rather stick a fork in your eye than be listening to this testimony right now? I just need to take a break because I think we all need a breath. So far, what he's given us is that he doesn't remember any conversations with John about the state of their relationship in the weeks leading up to January 28th. They just talked about regular guy stuff. We also learned that Karen has her own house. She didn't live there all the time, which really reinforces the fact that that's why she was freaking out that John didn't come home, because he never would leave the children alone. Okay. So we got that out of this witness. He also, they were excited that the girls got into a private school, which his daughter still goes to apparently, and Kaylee does not go to anymore because somebody put in the chat that Jen McCabe convinced Mrs. O'Keefe to pull her out and put her into Canton High. Okay. So my father's keeper needs a lollygagging emoji. You know what you can use for him? Put a lollipop in the chat. There's probably a regular lollipop emoji and the regular emojis for everyone. So we're going to use a lollipop emoji for Lally. This is painful, unnecessary, and this poor man does not want to be here. He lost his best friend, and his daughter and son now lost their best friends apparently too, because he talks about them being friends in the past tense. So it's sad and unnecessary.
Now, prior to leaving the house, what, if anything, did you or Mr. O'Keefe do with reference to the vehicles that were in the driveway?
So when we were leaving the house, I was parked in the driveway. John was parked on the left side of the driveway. John asked me I backed up so John could move his car out of the way so Karen could pull her car into the garage because of the snowstorm.
I'm sorry, you said because of the what now?
Snowstorm?
Because of the what now?
And as far as
snowstorm.
Snowstorm was concerned, what, if anything, did you know at that point in regard to that?
We were supposed to get a lot of snow.
Lollipop, lollipop, ooh, lolly, 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 lollipop,
Just
lollipop.
one moment, Ron.
Yes.
Ooh, lolly, 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 lollipop. Bum, bum, bum. The other thing that comes to mind is the Oompa Loompas.
Then Ms. Gilman be allowed to publish a part of Exhibit 6, which is the driveway of the ring video.
Okay.
More video that shows nothing.
I can
What?
ask for video number 145. Sorry, if you could pause it right there. Mr. Camerano, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
myself and my daughter.
And as far as, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's no snow.
You now have with you. If you could direct the jury's attention to where in this video you observe yourself and your daughter. And there are two vehicles in this sort of frame, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury whose car is who and where it is.
The white car is mine. The SUV is John's.
Now, as far as the ring system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his house at this time, as far as your knowledge of it, what, if anything, would the two of you do with reference to sort of picking up or dropping off kids in the ring video?
Yes, he had a camera, so like I'd always wave or give him, I always knew that he was like watching.
Oh, because he
Do you
sat and
know
watched
how he
the
was
Ring
watching
doorbell
it if
video?
he wasn't home?
Yes, on his phone.
So would that be sort of a running joke between the two of you?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this.
Who had access to John's phone after his death? Ask yourself that question. This witness just testified he's always looking at the Ring video on his phone, not in his computer in his house, on his phone. Thank you. Lolly flop, whoa, lolly, 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 lolly flop, lolly flop. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Lolly flop, another lolly, lolly flop.
You could just pause it there briefly.
Yes.
Okay. And with reference, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's house? You've been there plenty of times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with reference to sort of where you and your daughter sort of exited from the screen, what, if any, sort of entrances to the home are located in that area?
2 garage doors.
And are you familiar with that garage area?
Yes.
Is that typically how you would enter the house?
Yes.
And with regard to sort of the condition of the garage, was Mr. O'Keefe particular about that?
Yes. He was.
And how so?
He always kept things very tight. He was like OCD.
And so as far as how many garage doors, as far as, and what I mean by garage doors is sort of electronic up, up
So
and
there's
down.
2 garage doors that go up and down, and there's a door. Just a single entry door.
On the left, as far as the left.
There was an old classic car he had, convertible.
And then as far as the right door,
Was empty.
and once beyond those sort of bay doors that go up and down, what, if any, other entranceway into the garage was?
There's a side door.
And if you recall, when you were entering at that time on 28th with your daughter, how did you enter it?
We went to the garage door, electric door.
And was that something, what, if anything, was affixed to those garage doors as far as security was concerned, beyond the
A keypad. We'd have to punch in a key.
And at the time or at any time, were you familiar with what that passcode was?
Yes.
Now,
He had the
you walk
passcode
into
to the house.
Garage, how is it that you get from the garage to the house?
You walk into the garage and you walk up 3 steps and you go into a door.
And then once you sort of walk up the 3 steps and go into the door, what part of the house are you in when you enter?
You pretty much in the kitchen.
And you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe was meticulous, if not OCD, when it came to the garage. How did that relate to how he kept the house?
Did Jen McCabe have the passcode to the house? Excellent question, Kate Ann. Did Jen McCabe also know the passcode to the house?
The same. Everything was very tidy. When you walked in the door into the house, to the left, you put your shoes, your coats would be hung there.
And as far as shoes were concerned, is that something that you wore inside the house?
He'd rather you not.
And that was pretty well known to people that had been there before, correct?
Yes.
Wait, there was a
Now-
chuckle. Well, we got to go back. There was at least a little chuckle. Somebody woke up. So far, we've learned that he thinks that John has OCD. Okay.
Tidy. When you walked in the door into the house, to the left, you put your shoes, your coats would be hung there.
And as far as shoes were concerned, is that something that you wore inside the house?
He'd rather you not.
Shoeless house. Okay.
And that was pretty well known to people that had been there before, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could,
Wasting time.
with regard to The next video that's not contained on this Exhibit 5 from the same video, I would offer that at this time as the next exhibit.
Yeah, there was no objection, Mr. Jackson.
No objection.
No objection except move it along. That's my objection. I'm objecting to them. You tell me to move it along, Judge, during a very important cross-examination, but you don't tell him to
For
move it
the record,
along.
This would relate to Exhibit 6 and its
Yes.
Wasting time. Joan Kavanaugh says Karen is equally immaculate. Thank you, Joan. Do you know Karen? If you do know Karen, let us know how she's feeling today. This must be taking a toll on her emotionally, physically. She has a lot of chronic medical conditions, which can be exacerbated by stress, like MS, like Crohn's. He wanted folks to take shoes off at his house. This really damages the defense. Yeah. Kathy, Todd. A lot of people have shoeless houses. I get it.
Up on the video, sir. It's just up on the screen as video number 148. That was what you had testified to previously as far as moving the cars.
Correct.
And why was that again?
So Karen could pull in the driveway, in the garage, excuse me.
So the expectation, from your understanding, is that Ms. Reed was coming back to the house at Meadows later on that evening.
Correct.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe from that video on the screen there was walking to the car, did you happen to notice how he was dressed?
Yes.
And as far as what you observed in that video, what you recall from that evening, is that how he was dressed that evening?
Yes.
And when I say how he was dressed, for sort of the entirety of the time that you were with him?
Yes.
All right, because he finally said something interesting. We're going to take that back to the outfit that Mr. Officer John O'Keefe is wearing, and you can see he's got that blue and gray hoodie on. Sort of a blue and gray hoodie. I do not think it has a zipper up the front. He's got black sneakers on, we know, because they only found one black sneaker. Okay, and a black baseball hat. Got it. Thank you for establishing his
The
wardrobe.
expectation, from your understanding, is that Ms. Reed was coming back to the house at Meadows. Mr. O'Keefe from that video on the screen there was walking to the car. Did you happen to notice how he was dressed?
Yes.
And as far as what you observed in that video, what you recall from that evening, is that how he was dressed that evening?
Yes.
And when I say how he was dressed, for sort of the entirety of the time that you were with him?
Yes.
So it's January 28th. You recall, you indicated there was a snowstorm coming. It was cold out, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that, was Mr. O'Keefe someone that would typically wear a coat?
No.
And ever?
He's all he's trying to do.
Never
Ever.
that I could recall.
All he's trying to do now, instead of prove that Karen hit John with the car, is trying to prove that there was no puffy jacket. Do you see what's happening here? They're not trying to prove that Karen hit John with the car. They're trying to prove that the witness who testified about the puffy jacket was wrong, that there were no footprints from the house to the body, so therefore someone else couldn't have done it. So far, they've shown no evidence that Karen Reed actually hit John with his car, and we're on day 7 of this trial. This is a shonda. For my dudes in the chat, because we're up to maybe like 25% male on this channel, which is a vast improvement. When I started this channel, we had only about 8 or 10% men, and a lot of men have been interested in this case. If you dudes do wear a winter jacket, put a yes in the chat. If you never wear a winter jacket or coat, just put a no in the chat. I'm just curious because I don't know any dudes that really ever wear a winter jacket unless they're going skiing. Like if you're driving to a bar and you're running into the bar and you're running back to your car, I don't know a lot of guys that wear jackets, but you know, are you out there wearing the puffy coats? If you're not sitting at a kid's soccer game, let me know.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, with reference to that same Exhibit 6, if I could publish video number 149.
Okay.
Jack's like, only if I have to be outside for more than 1 minute. So this is John's car. John has a dark colored car. Why did I think in every other video it looked like a light colored car? I don't know. I'm so confused right now.
And Ms. Gilman, for the sake of time, you can start. And yes, you can break down. So from that video, Mr. Camerano, what is it that you and Mr. O'Keefe are doing in that video?
Heading down to McCarthy's.
Now,
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Lally?
yes.
Turn the lights back on. LLG. Hope he's not watching.
Now, at some point after you arrive at C.F. McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, sort of joins your group?
Kurt,
And that'd be Kurt Roberts, is that
correct.
And how was it that he came to C.F. McCarthy's that night, if you know?
I texted him.
And in general terms, what did you call sort of what that text communication was like between yourself and Mr. Roberts?
Yes, he said he was busy. He was doing something that I texted him that he was a pussy.
And following that text, did Mr. Roberts eventually arrive at C.F. McCarthy's?
He showed up, yes.
And about how long after you and Mr. O'Keefe arrived?
So Kurt showed up because he called him the P word. And then he was like, you're not calling me that. I'm coming. I'm coming down there to show you that I'm not a P word.
Yes, he said he was busy. He was doing something that I
Kerry's husband.
texted him that he was a pussy.
And following that text, did Mr. Roberts eventually arrive at C.F. McCarthy's?
He showed up, yes.
And about how long after you and Mr. O'Keefe arrived did Kurt show up?
I would like to say maybe an hour.
And if you know, when was it that at some point you indicated Ms. Reed appeared at C.F. McCarthy's as well?
Correct.
And do you know about how long after yourself and John arrived that Ms. Reed?
I don't.
Now, with reference to that establishment of C.F. McCarthy's, are you aware or have you become aware that there was surveillance video from inside the bar that night?
Yes.
You've seen some of that footage, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mayor Coach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce and admit the surveillance video of C.F. McCarthy's as the next exhibit.
And there's no objection, Mr. Jackson.
There's none.
Great. Let's see the video from inside McCarthy's with the three dudes hanging out.
Video for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Debbie, excellent point. Debbie says, here's a thought. If John didn't like shoes worn in his house, he probably took his shoes off at others' homes too. Might explain the missing shoe. Debbie Rose, you might be a genius. Defense, if you're listening, I know you're not because you're in court right now. But perhaps he took off his shoes at the McCabe's house too. Now I want to hear if Jennifer McCabe, I want to know if they had a shoeless house too. Does anybody know the McCabe's? And did they have a shoeless house? Yay, Debbie. Debbie, you are way more interesting than what this witness is offering. Good job, says Laura Liz. Great point, Debbie. Excellent, excellent point. Loving that.
If I could ask you to play from about 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
I'm going to full screen this for you and take down the banner.
If you could pause it just there. Now, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Mr. Camerano?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to
C.F. McCarthy's.
be? And yourself and Mr. O'Keefe are not in frame at this time, is that correct?
No.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about in reference to the bar that you and Mr. O'Keefe eventually came to congregate that.
These seats here.
And from this video, from your time there that night or prior occasions, can you see sort of where the front door is to the establishment?
Yes.
Could you direct the jury's attention to where that is? And so what I'm going to ask in just a moment is for Ms. Gilman to press play. And then what I'd ask you to do is if you could just direct the jury's attention to when, if at all, you observe yourself and Mr. O'Keefe walking.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there. And just, I'm sorry, Mr. Camerano, you're directing with the laser pointer to the
Sorry.
screen. If you could just describe what you're directing.
That is me. And that is John.
And thanks.
Well-
Ms. Gilman, if you could just, again, play this through the 9 minutes.
Oh, 9 minutes of video for us. Pay special attention to what is on the front of John's baseball cap, because I don't know what it is. Pay special attention to, I'm going to rewind that a second, that he's wearing a belt. No belt was ever recovered. Is he taking off a puffy jacket? Is that a puffy jacket that Camerano just took off? A black puffy jacket? Let us also pay special attention to what they're drinking and what the glasses look like. This is the first bar of the evening. This is at C.F. McCarthy's. He's drinking beer out of a bottle. He doesn't need a glass because it comes in a glass. Jacket, not puffy, okay? Thin puffy. It did look to me like a thin puffy. Yeah, because you can see when he goes into the pocket, it looks like there's little furrows, if you will. No timestamp on this video that I can see. Oh, well, on the bottom, it's very, very faint. It looks like it says 9:39 p.m. It's right on the lower right corner.
And Your Honor, for the record, I think we're at about 9 minutes and 41 seconds or so.
Okay.
So with reference to C.F. McCarthy's, you went there, had some drinks, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking or what John was drinking that night?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for the two of you?
Yes.
And do you recall was that from the tap, a bottle, or something else?
From the bottle.
And do you recall what type of beer typically you would drink or Mr. O'Keefe would drink?
Bud Light.
And,
Oh, it says 1939. You're right.
That night, or that's just what you would typically have?
Typically, I think we had Bud Light.
And if you know approximately how many beers or how many drinks did you have over the course of your time at C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't.
As far as yourself versus Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall sort of in relation to each other how much you each had to drink?
Not maybe 6 beers.
And what I'm asking, sir, is it's not like, did one of you have 10 and one of you had 2, or was it sort of commensurate with each other?
Commensurate one for one. I would.
How many of you count your
Essentially
friends'
find out
drinks?
as you go along.
Correct.
If you're hanging out with somebody who counts your drinks, they're not your friend. Okay? Or they're in recovery. Or they just don't drink and they're judging you. There's nothing wrong with being in recovery. I admire every single person out there who's in recovery. But really, Lally, do you think he's really counting his buddy's drinks? His beers? We better remember Shea Stadium where they used beer here, beer here. And then we go around with the beers and the thing. I don't know if they do that anymore. Selling beer here. I had a friend who sold beer at Shea Stadium. She made tons of money. It's like a side gig for her. Do you think he's counting his friends' drinks? I don't think so. But, okay. He said 1 for 1.
Now.
Correct. Commensurate one for
One
one.
for one.
So essentially, you're buying rounds as you go along.
Correct.
Now, from your time at CF McCarthy's, how would you describe sort of the tone or sort of the demeanor within the group that you were in that night?
Pretty good.
So no arguments, no fighting, anything like that? That you recall?
No.
And just briefly going back to the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe wearing in this and that you recall him wearing that night, what, if any, damage or tears or anything like that did you note in any of his clothing that night?
I did not see any.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take this down and go to the third video. And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 6 minute and 10 second mark through the 7 minute mark. And when you get to 6:10, if you could just pause. Now, Ms. Camerano, directing your attention to the screen, if you could, from the parties that were within your group sort of that night at the bar, if you could just direct the jury's attention to who is who or who, if anyone, you recognize in the video.
Kurt.
So in addition to yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Roberts has now joined your group.
Correct.
Okay, this is really interesting to me because did anyone know that Kerry Roberts' husband was out with John O'Keefe that night and Michael Camerano? Is this new information? Because this is new information for me. This is the first time that I'm hearing that Kerry Roberts' husband was also with them. Did Kerry Roberts put that in any of her statements? That, yeah, my husband met John O'Keefe last night when he was with Michael Camerano in the bar? No, nobody knew this. This is new information. And if her husband was at the bar with John O'Keefe the night before, why didn't she mention that? What time did he come home? Was he hammered? What did he tell her about where John went after they parted ways? Why was that never mentioned by Kerry? Why did Kerry never say, my husband was out with them last night, but he came home early because he's a P word and I don't let him stay out? I wonder. This is curious to me. Very curious. People are loving, oh, Lieutenant Yannetti in the house. What? Loving the theory he took off the shoes. Duly noted. Tanis, you are my queen. I even put a crown on you in one of my thumbnails because you were such a queen that day in court. I am honored to have you here. I want to know if the McCabe's have a shoeless house too. I mean, not the McCabe's, the Alberts at 34 Fairview. Did they have a shoeless house? There was a blizzard going on. You think they wanted people tracking snow and mud through their house? Or did they tell everyone to take off their shoes and leave them by the door? Did they have a mud room right inside that side door? Is there a mud room there where people take off their shoes when they come in the house? Especially kids who might track snow and mud through the house. He's making such a big deal about the weather. Have your brother throw it right back at him. Yeah, there was a blizzard, right? Yeah, mud, right? Lots of snow. Everyone's testified about how much snow there was. An absolute mess outside, right? You didn't want people tracking all that snow through your house at the after party, did you? No. So you told them all to take off their shoes when they came in the house, didn't you? Yeah. We cracked the case. We also didn't know that Kerry Roberts' husband was out with them last night because guess what? She never mentioned that in any of her statements because she didn't think that was important information. Did he come home hammered? Was he invited to the after party? Did he go to the Waterfall with them? Because he's not listed in any witness statements at all. They took a statement from Michael Camerano, I believe. They didn't take one from Kurt Roberts, did they? I don't think so. There's not enough coffee to get me through this lollygagging, but Tanis, we are so blessed to have you here. The queen has entered the chat. Queen Tanis. Look at this. Maureen says, hi, Tanis. Love your brother. He is the best. I love hearing him on the stand. Nice to meet you. Moving on.
Just play it from
Ooh, maybe that's why the police didn't go further than the foyer, because they didn't want to take off their shoes. No, they didn't go further than the foyer because nobody wanted them inside that house any further.
Now, with reference to Mr. Roberts,
think?
Was he a beer drinker as well?
Yes,
And from a bottle that night, same sort of thing that yourself and Mr. O'Keefe were having?
correct.
And from where it's paused at this point in the video, who, if anyone else, do you recognize sort of coming into frame or coming to join your group?
Karen Reed?
And so from this, is this about the time that she entered the establishment or came into the bar?
Yes.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her drinking during your time that you were both at CF McCarthy's that night?
She was drinking out of a glass.
Ha.
And if you know, what if anything did you observe as far as the color of what was in the glass?
It was clear.
And beyond sort of the clear liquid in the glass, what, if anything else, did you observe in the glass as far as the straw, fruit, anything like that?
A straw, maybe.
Maybe.
What, if anything, did you know what was in the glass?
I didn't.
And as far as you could tell, what was in the glass?
Vodka?
Is that something that Ms. Reed would typically drink if you had been out with her on prior occasions?
He didn't sound
Yes.
certain.
Now,
Taking it back.
I'm sorry.
He didn't sound certain. He was like, vodka? I don't know. Did you order her a drink? Did you buy her a drink? Did she tell you to get her a drink?
Vodka?
And, did you know what was in the glass?
I didn't.
Did you know what was in the glass? I didn't. He didn't know.
As far as you could tell, what was in the glass?
Objection.
Vodka?
Vodka? He said, I didn't know.
Is that something that Ms. Reed would typically drink if you had been out with her on prior occasions?
Yes.
Now, I'm sorry to keep jumping back and forth between, but Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and let it run, excuse me, to the 7-minute mark.
I got to hear that again.
I didn't.
Did you know what was in the glass? I didn't.
As far as you could tell, what was in the glass?
Vodka?
Vodka?
Is that something that Ms. Reed would typically drink if you had been out with her on prior occasions?
Yes.
Now,
So-
I'm sorry to keep jumping back and forth between, but Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and let it run, excuse me, to the 7-minute mark.
Notice how he has his hand on her back. Notice how they seem to be enjoying each other's company. He's like, do you want my chair? And she's like, I mean, I'm assuming this is what's going on. He's like, do you want my chair? He's about to get up and let her sit down because there's no other stools. And she's like, nah, I'd rather stand. I'm good. She's chatting. She's chatting with Michael. She's chatting with John O'Keefe. They don't seem to be fighting.
Now,
Ooh, heavy sigh.
in this same third video in this exhibit of the CF McCarthy's, if I could ask you to forward to the 14-minute mark, pause that.
Forward past all their witty banter and laughing together and enjoying each other's company and hugging and
And if you could, I would ask that you play this from the 14-minute mark until about 14 minutes and 15 seconds. So just about 15 seconds.
no, we know that he didn't take off the jacket, but I'm saying his friend, it looks like his friend is wearing, Michael Camerano is wearing a black puffy jacket. Seems like he's happy that she was there.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So Mr. Camerano, you indicated that your son was at Luce Elementary School for a play of some sort. Is that correct?
He was for a little bit.
And from there, where, if anywhere else, did he go that day?
He went to a friend's house to skate in his backyard.
Skate as far as just skating, or what, if anything else?
The ice skating rinks in their
He
backyards.
was skating at a little party.
Well, let me ask you this. Was he a hockey player?
Yes, he's a hockey player.
Okay, so when you say skate, he's in the
Skating,
backyard.
yes. Makeshift hockey rink in somebody's backyard.
That's cool.
And at some point, At some point with relation to that, what if anything sort of caused you to leave C.F. McCarthy's on that night?
I received a phone call that my son was hit in the face with a hockey stick and he lost his tooth.
Oh,
And so upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to go get him.
And do you recall about what time that was that you left C.F. McCarthy's to go get him?
I don't recall.
okay, great. Fairy Raven, we're going to take it back and take a look at the glass that Karen got from the bartender. Who's otherwise engaged at the moment. Oh, they're kissing, they're whispering, he's rubbing her back. I see a good relationship right there. I don't see any motive for murder, do you? Great video, Lally, really helping your case here. Seems to be in good spirits, no fighting. Notice also the back of John's cap. It looks like a Nike logo or something.
Now, Ms. Gilman, from this same third video in this exhibit of the C.F. McCarthy's, if I could ask you to forward to. And if you could, I would ask that you play this from the 14-minute mark until about 14 minutes and 15 seconds, so just about 15 seconds.
Okay, that is a tall cylinder type glass. Tall and straight. See what I'm saying? Can you see it? Thanks, Fairy Raven.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Looks like it has a lime in it. Similar to what they would serve club soda in.
Camerano indicated that his son was at Lucella.
Okay, his
When-
son
as
lost a
far as
tooth
his
playing
body.
hockey. He had to leave.
Well, let me ask you this: was
Rink in a bed. Somebody's.
what, if anything, sort of caused you to leave C.F. McCarthy's on that night?
I received a lost his tooth.
Oh,
And do you recall about what time that was that you left C.F. McCarthy's to go get him?
I don't recall.
right. It's not the cocktail glass he pulled out of the bag, but they go to the Waterfall after this bar.
Now, from the group that you were with, as far as yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone, left first?
I believe Kurt.
And do you recall sort of how it was that Kurt left?
Kurt just got up and left.
Because he got a call from his wife
Sort of an Irish goodbye?
Yeah, Irish goodbye. Yes.
because he got in trouble for staying out too
Something he's
long.
known for?
Yes.
Something he's known for, the Irish
About
the Irish
when was that
exit.
in relation to when you left?
Not too soon after.
I'm sorry, not too soon after, or not too soon before?
I left after probably. I'd like to say 15 minutes after Kurt left.
Now, with the court's permission, Your Honor, I'd just like to publish just 2 more segments from this.
Okay.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 4th video. And if I could ask you to forward it to about 19 minutes and 40 seconds.
We're a little behind. If you're watching another channel or 3 other channels at the same time, no spoilers, please.
Good play.
Okay, so Karen, it looks like she's talking to, is this Kerry's husband? Who's this guy that joined them? He's new.
Okay, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just pause it there for 1 second. Now, Ms. Camerano, from your looking at this surveillance video here, or from your memory of that night, you see Mr. O'Keefe speaking to another gentleman, is that correct?
Yes.
You know who that person is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Sully.
Sully.
And, do you know his first name or anything beyond just Sully?
Sully. I don't know his first name.
Everybody's got a Sully as a
And,
friend.
how is it that how is it that you know him?
Kids play baseball with his son.
So in addition to your son playing baseball with Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Mr. Roberts, does he have a son that's around the same age?
Correct.
And this individual, Sully, he has a child that plays baseball with the three of your kids.
Correct.
Is that someone that you had contacted to meet there, or he just happened to be?
He just happened to be there.
I wonder if he's related to Marietta Sullivan
You could just play.
or the husband of Marietta from Aruba.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could move that forward again to 24 minutes and 10 seconds.
My eyes are glazing over.
And if you could just let this run until about 24 minutes and 20 seconds, so just about 10 seconds. And so, Mr. Camerano, did you see yourself in that portion of the video?
Yes.
And you know what you were doing at that time?
Leaving.
And so prior to leaving, had you sort of settled up a tab or something?
Yes, I picked up the tab.
The time is
You
21:55.
left and went to get your son, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please. Now, Mr. Camerano, you left there and went to pick up your son, is that correct?
Yes.
And following picking up your son, where did you go?
Back to John's house.
And why did you go back to John's house at that?
My daughter was there picking her up.
You went to pick up your daughter?
Correct.
And do you recall approximately what time that was?
11.
And when you came back to the residence at One Meadows, did you park in the driveway again?
Correct.
And did you physically sort of go in the house to pick up?
No, I did. No, I did not.
Is there ring camera footage of that we don't need to watch?
As from the time that from the time that you left with Mr. O'Keefe to go to see McCarthy's versus the time that you came back, anything changed as far as position of Mr. O'Keefe's car?
No.
What, if anything, did you note as far as the garage doors were concerned, or any damage or anything like that?
Everything looked normal.
Damage to the garage doors?
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to just publish another video or two from Exhibit C.
Video or two? Sure. Let's watch a whole lot of more nothing.
One.
Damage to the garage doors has entered the trial.
From that video, one.
We're not going to see the video?
Ms. Gilman, you can stop there.
We're not going to see the video.
Now, from that video, 152, that was just up on the screen, sir, can you describe for the jury, excuse me, just as sort of what was going on in that video?
I was picking up my daughter, Madeline, and my son, Michael, was with me. Yes, all three of us.
Excellent camera
And
work.
where did you go from there?
Home.
And when you got home, well, let me ask you this first. During the time that you were at C.F. McCarthy's, you obviously, at some point, you didn't do an Irish goodbye?
No.
So at some point, you indicated to Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed that you were leaving.
For those of you who don't know about the Irish exit or the Irish goodbye, it's kind of like sneaking out the back door when nobody's looking without saying goodbye, because maybe you're too hammered and you don't really want to have to make an excuse for why you're leaving and you just leave. The Irish goodbye, the Irish exit, you know, he defines things like words that everyone knows, and yet when he talks about the Irish goodbye, he just assumes that everybody knows. We call it the Irish exit, but okay.
Go pick up your son.
Yes.
And what, if any, indication did they give to you as far as where they were going, or what were their intentions for the rest of the evening?
They were heading either across the street or to the hillside.
And when you say across the street, what if anything was across the street?
There's another bar room.
Is that the Waterfall?
Waterfall, yes.
You familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to CF Park?
Across the street to the left, if you were coming out of CF McCarthy's.
Walking distance, is that correct?
Correct.
When
And-
Irish eyes are
You
smiling.
leave, you get your son, you pick up the daughter, you go to Keith's house, and then you go home, correct?
Correct.
And when you get home,
I can't fix
about
it.
How much?
Okay, I can't fix it to everyone who's going to come in the chat and say that my volume is louder than the court. I can't fix it. I can't fix it. I'm glad you love my commentary, but I just can't fix it. It's the courtroom. Some attorneys are not using the mic. The witness is using the mic. There's nothing that I can do. I don't have any fancy sound mixer here. I'm sorry. Either I'm going to move my voice away from the mic so I'm not so loud for you, or you're going to have to turn it up on your end. There's just, I can't do it. It gets better. Maybe it gets better as they start using the mic, but there's nothing I can do.
You up before you went to bed.
Wasn't up much longer.
And when you typically go to bed, what, if anything, do you do with your phone?
Put them on the charger.
Where's the charger located in reference?
In the kitchen.
And when following to the next day, about what time is it that you wake up on the 29th?
5:36 a.m.
And what was it that woke you up, if you know?
Phones ringing.
And how many phones do you have?
2.
How many phones do you have?
Essentially one personal, one work, is that correct?
Correct.
Were both phones ringing or one of the other?
1 phone at that time.
Was that your work or your personal?
My personal phone.
And get up, you hear that, you look at your phone, what, if anything, do you see on the screen?
I see a lot of missed calls, a bunch of missed calls from Karen, and missed calls from my wife's work.
From her.
And when you say missed calls, we're talking about one call, several calls,
Several calls.
any voicemails that you recall associated with those calls?
I don't recall.
And so based on sort of making that observation of the missed calls, what do you do with that?
I pick up the phone and call my wife.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your wife at that?
My wife said to me that John.
Okay, sustained.
John, may we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, Karen was trying to find John because she knew that he was with them the night before.
You call your. So, Mr. Camerano, you call your wife, and what, if anything, is it in general that she tells you?
She tells me that John didn't come home last night.
And she's still at work at this point, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you how she came to find that out?
She just she said she's received phone calls from
From whom?
Karen.
From Karen. And then based on that, you have a conversation with your wife about John's niece and nephew, is that right?
Yes, my wife says to me, go get Kaylee. Kaylee is home.
So at that time, your wife tells you that Kaylee is home in Meadows Ave by herself.
Yes,
And so based on that information, what is it that you do next?
I realize that Kaylee's home alone, so I throw some clothes on, go out to the car, clean the car off real quick, and get in the car and go.
When you say clean the car off real quick, what, if anything, did you have to clean off?
I cleaned the snow off the front windshield.
And again, you sort of drive over to John's house to get Kaylee.
Correct.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway as well.
Yes.
And when you get to John's house and you pull in the driveway, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the condition of the garage doors at that point?
When I pulled in, I could tell the garage door was open, left open.
Which one? The one to the right or the one?
To the one to the right.
And you go inside that door?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you do once you went inside?
Once I went inside, I saw Kaylee. I asked Kaylee get whatever she needed and to come and get in the car. While she was doing that, I started clearing some snow. I thought maybe snow hit the sensors so that the door couldn't go down.
And so you start clearing the snow with a shovel?
With the shovel that was in the garage, yes.
Okay, so he gets to One Meadows to pick up Kaylee, and the garage door is left open. Remember that at this point, Karen went into Kerry Roberts' car with Jen McCabe to look for John, and they didn't make sure that the garage door was closed. Karen's frantic, and none of them made sure that that garage door was closed. Okay, that's interesting.
And after you had cleared some of the snow with the shovel, what did you do with regard to the doors?
So I tried to put them down. They wouldn't go down. Then I asked Kaylee, I think, to re-enter the code to see if she could get the doors to go down, but the doors would not go down. The door.
The door.
And at some point, how did you get the?
So there's a red rope. I manually pulled that, shut the door, locked the doors. There's 2 side locks on the garage door, and I went out through the side garage door.
Now, when you arrived at the residence and you pulled into the driveway, do you recall how many vehicles were in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
And how many?
2.
And whose vehicles were they?
John's and Karen's.
And John's vehicle, where was that in relation to the last time that you saw it when you picked up your daughter?
Same spot.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed's vehicle, where was that in relation to the garage or in relation to the driveway?
It was pulled in on the left side, all the way in.
So in the area of the garage door that you were just speaking about?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And at that time, did you look at the vehicle or touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
Fair to say that your focus was sort of on the garage door and the fact that it was open, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Maybe self-evident, but why was your focus on?
Because I figured John would go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his garage.
Now, at any point in time when you initially got the call from your wife, did you yourself reach out to John at any point?
I did not.
If I may, I would just seek to publish just a few more videos from Exhibit 6, the driveway ring.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from those first starting with video 155, and essentially it's going to go 155 through 158. If you could pause it. And Mr. Camerano, you recognize what's up on the screen again?
Yes, my car.
And is this sort of when you're pulling in to get Kelly?
Correct.
Using the laser pointer before you, again, if you could just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Ms. Reed's vehicle. And is that essentially from what you observed there, that's where it was the entirety of the time that you were there?
Yes.
So nobody else came to the home during the time that you were there to pick up Kaylee and shoveling out the snow from the garage?
No.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run.
Again, we're not going to get to see the video. Great work, cameraman. Great work from the pool camera. Not. Oh, somebody said, would it be because Kaylee's in the video that we can't see it? I'm not sure. She's going to come in and testify.
Ms. Gilman, next video 157.
So the garage door was busted. Did she bust her taillight backing out of the garage and hit the door? Or the frame? Nothing happening.
Ms. Kim, we need to take that. And so, Mr. Camerano, what was just in those last 4 videos that were played before the jury? Is that essentially the process that you were describing as far as yourself and Kaylee trying to get the garage door down?
Correct.
And so you leave from there and go back to your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And where does sort of you and Kaylee go once you get inside?
We go into the house. We're in the kitchen in my house, and my daughter. We get my daughter up.
And your daughter then sort of hangs out with Kaylee for a period of time?
Correct. They go downstairs and they were hanging out.
What time was it?
And at some point in time, how does Kaylee leave your house, or where does she go from there?
I take Kaylee home.
And why is it that you take Kaylee home? About what time is it, if you know?
I don't know what time. Paul had called me.
And by Paul, who do you mean? By
Paul O'Keefe, John's brother.
And he informed you that John passed?
Yes.
So you took Kaylee to the house on Meadows Ave to be with the family, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Camerano, just a few questions. You and your wife did spend a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Kerry Reed as a couple, correct?
Decent amount, yes.
Would you have considered John one of your best friends?
A good friend.
In fact, you were close enough that your children spent a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple and their kids, correct?
Correct.
In fact, is it true that sometimes they would even vacation together with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Correct.
There was a trusting relationship that you had with both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to put your kids in their care.
Correct.
You mentioned this wonderful news about your kids, your daughter getting into this great school. I think it's called Bishop.
Bishop fan, yes.
Before the acceptance, there was actually a sort of a process, like an open house that you needed to take the kids to, correct?
Yes.
You took your daughter, right?
I don't recall.
You remember being at an open house and a tour of Bishop with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe and John's niece?
I do recall being in an auditorium. I do.
Yeah, big auditorium, big tour of the school.
Yes.
In hopes of all the kids getting in.
Yes.
Okay. To make sure it's the right fit for the kids.
Correct.
And Karen was there, sort of as a
She was.
matriarch for John's niece.
Yes.
As a matriarch.
Your daughter spent a lot of time just with Karen, Miss Reed,
Correct.
Yeah.
running errands, going to Miss Reed's house, having Miss Reed care for her,
Correct.
and you had no issues with that
No.
because you liked Karen. You liked
Correct.
Miss Reed.
Correct.
He likes Karen.
It was probably, did you say once a week that you would hang out with and socialize with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
So you got to know them not just individually, but as a couple together, correct?
Yes.
You saw them on most Friday nights, right?
Correct.
You never saw them argue or fight.
Argue.
Matter of fact, one time you were asked about this in front of a grand jury, and you said, I wouldn't even call it bickering. It would just banter together.
I guess so, yes.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe complain about Miss Reed or vice versa?
No, I did hear him complain about like when when Karen would buy like very nice things for the kids, like he wouldn't like that, stuff like that, or take the kids to get their nails done or something like that.
So maybe spoiling the children.
Yes.
a little bit.
Yes,
Certainly nothing to suggest that there was any abuse or anything like that. It was just a matter of fact.
correct, correct.
Mr. O'Keefe had an idea about how to raise children that was maybe a little bit more modest than Ms. Reed did.
Correct.
So you described earlier at another hearing, you described the situation in which Ms. Reed got a very expensive sweater for Mr. O'Keefe's niece.
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe's response was, boy, I wish she hadn't done that. That's spoiling that little girl.
Yes,
All right. You would agree there are worse things in the world than spoiling a child.
correct.
Objection.
I'll let it stand.
I'll let it
Um,
stand.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe even hint at the idea of breaking up with Ms. Reed.
Not that I can recall.
John O'Keefe never told his bestie that he wanted to break up with Karen.
I want to turn your attention to January 28th, if I could. We saw a video and you explained what was happening in the video where some cars were being jostled around. That was Mr. O'Keefe actually moving his car to facilitate Ms. Reed bringing her car over to his house to put it in the garage, correct?
Yes,
Kind of a chivalrous thing to do for your loved one.
yes,
Didn't want her to be out in the snow if it was going to be a heavy snow, is that right?
correct.
And the idea was that even that weekend, he intended that Miss Reed would likely be with him and the family for the entirety of the weekend during that blizzard.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
That's
So she had
right.
A nice warm place and a dry place to put her car.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
You saw a video that Mr. Lally played for you of the moment. There are several videos, but I want to direct your attention or your memory to the video of when Miss Reed actually made her way into McCarthy's.
yes,
You have that scene in your mind?
yes,
You saw in the video when Miss Reed actually walked into the location, how Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe greeted each other,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
correct?
There's
Yes.
video of it.
It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Would you agree?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
they kissed. Yeah.
Would you consider a kiss affectionate?
Yes.
They hug each other, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. I don't recall.
It's on video.
O'Keefe put his right arm out and Miss Reed sort of nestled into his embrace,
Okay.
and that's when he kissed her?
Yes.
Okay. They seemed happy to see each other. is what I
Yes.
understand. You didn't observe while you were at CF McCarthy's with them, you didn't observe any arguing or bickering between the two of them?
No.
As a matter of fact, they were sort of the normal, affectionate, laughing, happy couple that you were used to seeing, correct?
Yes.
There didn't seem to be any tension between them at CF McCarthy's, is that right?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to just ask a couple of more questions. During the span of time that you knew them to be together, would you describe their relationship as being normal and caring?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
Why?
Just draw your attention.
He spent a lot of time with them. Can't he describe their relationship as loving and caring? Let's take that back and see if there was a cough before that objection. I mean, you opened the door to all of this, Lally. You showed a bunch of videos that had no relevance.
Yes.
Happy couple that you were used to seeing, correct?
Yes.
There didn't seem to be any tension between them at CF McCarthy's, is that right?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to just ask a couple of more questions. During the span of time that you knew them to be together, would you describe their relationship as being normal and caring?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
Why is that objectionable?
I want to just draw your attention to the month before Mr. O'Keefe's passing.
Okay,
Would you
good.
describe their relationship to be normal as far as you knew it to be?
Yes.
And on the day before Mr. O'Keefe's passing, would you describe their interactions to be normal and caring and affectionate?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, John.
All right, Mr. Camerano, thank you very much. You're all set, sir.
Yeah, because he was
All right,
honest.
Jurors, why don't we take our morning recess? We'll take 15, 20 minutes.
15 or 20? Which is it? 15 or 20?
Your notebooks, placing them on
Um,
the chairs, taking your belongings.
Another Commonwealth
rise,
witness
Jury.
that was 100% helpful to the defense, in my opinion. What say you? They may be past their break already, so I'm just going to fast forward it a little bit. We can catch up to real time. For those of you who are just joining, we have so far seen 2 witnesses. Mr. Lieutenant, I want to keep wanting to call him Ray Charles, but his name is Charles Ray, R-A-E, of the Canton PD, who went and did a wellness check on the children, went to One Meadows, and the children did not answer the door. So they left. They showed some video of the driveway, but there was nothing to be seen in that video that I could tell. If anybody saw anything interesting in those videos, please, of course, let me know. I didn't. Let's go to the super chat column. So we left off. MD, thanks for your super chat. Unless some magically appears, why no pieces of taillight get scooped up in the official solo cups along with the blood? That's a great question. Wild Cherry, thanks for becoming a member. Nashley66, thanks for your super chat. Where is the bed glass in the bumper? Yeah, or the glass on top of the bumper. Yeah, we didn't see that when he pulled in either, did we? Pieces of broken drinking glass. Excellent, excellent point. Rewind and go back and look at that video footage later and see if you see any pieces of broken drinking glass on the bumper. We didn't. Sharon, thanks for your super chat. Biff's Silro Bubbles comes to mind for music. Oh, yeah, we're thinking of music. Thanks for your super chat, Sharon. Just wasting time. Ashley says, thanks for your super chat. Jennifer just emailed the picture to me. Let's take a look at that picture that she was talking about. I'm not sure if this is you. Hold on. Unless your email is something else that is not the same as your name, because I don't have it. Jennifer. But let's pull this up anyway. And now I got to go back to your question, Jennifer. So hang on a second. But I can't do that while I have this up. But in any event, here's a blow up of the taillight and shows it's still intact when she pulls out at 5:08 a.m. Here it is in the Sally port. So Jennifer, I'm not sure if that was your email, but that is the email that I got with the picture. So you tell me if your email was something different. Amory, thanks for your super chat. Is so tired of hearing sort of. Laura, thanks for your super chat. Just jumping in after a meeting. I'm still emotionally drained from yesterday, Mel. Is there a way to buy you martinis instead of mochas? Cough, cough, cough. Monique, thanks for your super sticker. Lisa, thanks for your super chat. The judge is infuriating. I literally scream daily. Welcome to the echo chamber. Love is a 4-letter word. Thank you so much for your super chat. I carry 2 phones, one for personal and one for Melody's live chat. Thank you. Prestige Worldwide, thanks for your super chat. Can the police officers be charged with tampering with evidence based on their testimony? We'll see. I don't think they've actually admitted to tampering yet. Maybe some negligence, maybe some improper collection, but I haven't heard anybody actually testify that they were actually doing anything criminal. So great question. Kristen Bird, thanks for your super chat. It blows my mind how the prosecutors thought this would be a good idea to try this case. Every case before this in this county should be looked at. Jessica, thanks for becoming a member. I think you're going to like it here. Yeah, this is insane. Let's go to the chat. Hubert says, I pray the kids aren't put on the stand. They're on the witness list for the Commonwealth. They're coming in. I was hoping that they would perhaps have them in a different room and just put them on video, but to get up there in front of all these people, including their grandparents sitting in the gallery, it's going to be very traumatic for them. Very traumatic. Yes, they are on a break right now. They're on their morning break. Yeah, the only thing that Michael Camerano added to this was that he was out at CF McCarthy's with John. They were celebrating because his daughter and John's niece, Kaylee, who he had guardianship of, both got into Bishop Thean High School. And they were very proud of them, and they went out for drinks. And then Kerry Roberts' husband, Kurt, joined them at the bar because Michael Camerano said, come on, why aren't you coming down? And he said, I don't want to. And he called him the P word. And then he came down, and then he did the Irish exit and left. And Kerry Roberts never mentioned that her husband was out with John O'Keefe the night before in any of her statements or any of her testimony. But maybe like some other witness said, I was never asked, so I didn't volunteer it. That I find to be very interesting. We also know that Kerry Roberts went to homecoming with John, so she had known him since at least high school. And that's interesting. Michael Camerano also said the only time he knew John and Karen to bicker, as he put it, was when Karen would buy them expensive clothes, an expensive sweater, take the niece to Dunkin' Donuts. She spoiled manicures, took her for manicures, and John wanted them to grow up in a certain way. And I guess he felt that she was spoiling them. But again, John was mad about that, not Karen. So again, I still see no motive for murder. AJ, smooth as butter, Alan Jackson, got out during cross that, in fact, he cannot remember any time that they were fighting that night at the bar. They hugged, they kissed, they seemed to be in a great mood and in love. So that was a big backfire on the Commonwealth. And then Officer Ray, I don't know what, if anything, his testimony added, except admitting a couple of Ring video cameras videos that did not show anything, some of which the cameraman never even focused on, so we couldn't even see them. And we saw a bunch of surveillance footage from CF McCarthy's. We saw Karen with one drink. It was in a tall cylindrical glass. It looked like a clear liquid with a lime. He didn't know what was in the glass, Michael Camerano. But when asked would she typically drink vodka, somehow that question was allowed in. And that's what he said. She would typically drink vodka. Not a whole lot more than that. Anybody else? What say you? Oh, we learned that John O'Keefe had OCD and that he insisted that people take off their shoes when they came in his house. So now we are theorizing, if he went into 34 Fairview, would he just have taken off his shoes as a matter of course, because that's what he did in his own home? Do the Alberts keep a shoeless home? Would they ask people to take off their shoes during a blizzard so they wouldn't be tracking in mud and snow, especially when they had a bunch of younger kids over for a, quote, birthday celebration for their young son, Brian Jr.? What say you? A lot of people have lime in water. He pulled up right behind Karen's SUV in the driveway. Not one question about the taillight and not one comment from him. Yes, you guys sent me a lot of the Twitterverse yesterday. The Twidiots were going nuts, zooming in on the car with that video that they ended on yesterday like it was some kind of big cliffhanger. and zooming in to say that the taillight was all busted out at that point. They didn't ask any questions about it. So much for the big smoking gun. Still waiting. Still waiting. There's a song for you. Talking Heads, right? Still waiting. We're still waiting for any evidence that Karen Reed hit Officer John O'Keefe with her car, other than saying, I hit him. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him at the scene? Which Katie McLaughlin testified was, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Which we now find out she may have perjured herself on the stand by saying that she went to high school with some girl named Caitlin Albert, and the armchair detectives at home were furious and sent many, many pictures, a deluge of photographs to the defense firm, because Alan or David, I'm not sure who, Yannetti or Jackson, said in open court to the judge, she perjured herself. We've got photos of her at a baby shower back in August or July of 2021, or June, 6 months before Officer O'Keefe was murdered. So they're calling it perjury. Some may say she minimized her relationship. But in any event, the judge still has not heard argument on that portion of whether or not any more photographs are going to come in. And why? Why not? That was Monday that they argued that. Katie McLaughlin testified on Friday. Maybe we'll hear it today. Who knows? Every day is a new day in the courtroom of Judge Beverly Cannoni. Every day is a new day. Oh, here's a good one. Oh, sweet nothing, says effing hippie. Velvet Underground. Oh, sweet nothing. Got it. You can't make this up, you guys. You can't make this up. Thanks on top for your super sticker. Thanks, Jessica, for becoming a member. Thanks, Kristen Bird, for your super chat. It blows my mind. The prosecutors thought this would be a good idea to try this case. Oh, we looked at this before. Every case before this county should be looked at. It's insanity. People who have not been following this case as closely as we have, and have been through all the documents and all the investigative reports and all of the motions and listened to all of the hearings, are seeing this for the first time, remember. And there are a lot of people out there who are like, what the F is going on here? Why are we paying money for this case to be tried? There's no evidence. There's just no evidence. They're supposed to start off strong, and they didn't. They started off with what some people are calling the weakest opening argument of all time. No motion, no change in cadence, no emphasis. 76 characters were introduced in Lally's opening. Boring, incompetent, ineffective, or all of the above. You decide. Thank you, Blessed Mom from Texas, for your $20 super chat. Yeah, you're so sweet. I love your personality. You're truly an amazing woman. Woman power. Although I love my husband. Love to the mods and all in the chat. Happy to be here. Free Karen Reed. Thank you. Thank you for watching from Texas. People are watching worldwide. If you're international, my friends, tell us where you're watching from, because we do have an international audience here, and this has captivated the world. And what is going on here, in my opinion, is embarrassing. It's a travesty of justice. They're talking in court, but the fan is still on. And the world is watching. And those of us that have been covering this case for so long have been personally attacked, persecuted. For just shining a light on the truth. Hello, England. Hi, Cherry in England. Hello, Celine in Ireland. That's awesome. We have South Africa in the chat. Gerda is here. And another Michelle de Kock from South Africa as well. And Netherlands, Mina's from the Netherlands. You guys are worldwide. Little Cupcake says it's a sham trial. My fairy raven it's sunny in Ireland today. Oh, it's pouring rain here. You want to see the fan, Scott? Only fans. Mystique from Canada. Mozzie's in Australia. Worldwide, baby. Worldwide. Georgie is from Sydney, Australia. Camille's Rando fan. People must think our law system is a joke. Hello, Helen from Brazil. Brazil is in the house. Vesper is in the house. I think from the UK, but the emoji is very small on my screen. Midlands, UK here. Lisa, Magnolia Gypsy is also from Texas. And here's Julia Cochran from Australia. And it's 1:15 a.m. I'm sorry, girl, but you are going to be up all night with us here. Bernie is in the UK. Canada's in the chat. Me, my drone, and I. And the Middle East. Hello, Middle East. What's new, Pussycat? Tom Jones from South Africa. Hello, Cheryl in South Africa. We have a lot of South African viewers, it seems. Miss Macy's from London. Canary Islands, Spain is in the house. Tana Usu Fergus. Dan is from Australia. You guys are amazing. Hello, Scotland. Hello, Scotland. May from Canada. Just be glad you don't live in Massachusetts, says just me. A lot of people are thinking that. Denmark in the house. Hello, Map. They're coming back.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Miss Katherine Camerano.
Because now we need to hear from Michael's wife. To talk about what a great relationship they had. This is really getting bordering on pointless. The air smells of desperation. It reeks of desperation, in my own personal opinion. What say you?
Slide right up close to the mic.
I said close to that microphone and speak nice and loudly. Thank you.
Could you ask Mr. Lally to speak nice and loudly into the microphone?
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thanks, Jim.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Catherine Camerano, Camerano.
Is Catherine with a C or a K?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Probably about since 2005, maybe 20 years. 2005, I think.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My husband, Michael, and my 2 children.
And how old are you?
Right now, 13 and 16.
And starting with the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a
Girl,
girl? And the 13-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
boy.
And as far as activities are concerned with your kids, do they play sports or do they do other sorts of activities?
They play sports. Yep.
And which sports does your 16-year-old play?
Currently, right now, softball.
And has she played any other sports in the past?
She played soccer. She played hockey for a little bit, but mostly soccer and softball.
This is relevant testimony,
And,
my friends.
Your 13-year-old son, what, if any, sports
Hockey.
player does?
We know all about the
Hockey and
Camerano
baseball.
children.
Now, you work, man?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
And how long have you been working as a nurse?
21 years.
And your husband, does he work?
He does.
And what does he do?
He's a laborer.
And how long has he been doing that?
Probably 25, maybe even 30 years, actually.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Married
Now,
20 years. 20 years.
Do we care?
2004.
now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those couple days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
It was Friday into Saturday night.
And starting with the Friday of the 28th, were you working that day?
I was working that night.
And sort of typically what kind of shift you work as
I work 7P to 7A, nights, mostly weekends.
the weekends would be sort of typically when you'd be at work?
Yes.
And around this time of January 2022, when you were at work, do you know what sort of your husband and your children would be doing typically on like a Friday night?
Be out drinking with his
Friday
buddies.
night, they went to Johnny's house a lot, and the kids hung out, and they all just hung out together on a Friday night.
Johnny has entered the chat.
Now, starting with Johnny, who you referred to, you mean John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know John?
My husband got introduced to him, and then the girls started hanging out probably 2018, fourth grade. The boys around the same time when he moved to Meadows, probably around that time.
And so Mr. O'Keefe, he had a niece and a nephew of who he was a guardian, is that correct?
Correct.
And he had a niece named Kaylee and a nephew named Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And they lived with him, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to his niece Kaylee and your daughter, how did they know each other?
They first met on the soccer team, probably soccer. Yes, they met soccer fourth grade. Or was it it could have been basketball. She played basketball when she was that little, Madeline. Basketball team, fourth or fifth grade. And then quickly by the fifth, sixth grade, they were like best friends.
Were you
attached to
working
me.
at Good Sam that night, ma'am? Were you working at Good Sam?
As far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew Patrick, in relation to your son, were they the same age as well?
They were. They played baseball together.
And outside of baseball, were they friendly as well?
Yes.
And so a typical Friday night would be you were at work and your husband and the kids would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's.
Correct.
You knew where Mr. O'Keefe's house was?
Yes.
And where was that?
On Meadows Ave.
About how far away from your house was Mr. O'Keefe's house on one house?
Maybe 2 miles, maybe. I don't know.
So fairly short distance.
Yes.
Now, with regard to this specific Friday night, January 28th, you were at work and you know what sort of the plan was with reference to the rest of your family?
Michael, my son was going to play with a friend of his, a school play in the town, and Michael was going to Johnny's with Madeline, my daughter, and they were gonna hang out there for the night, and Michael and Johnny were gonna potentially go out.
Now, with reference to your daughter and Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee,
Mhm.
what, if anything, around, specifically to that day, what, if anything, was sort of going on with them and their school?
They had just got into Bishop Ian High School
Mhm.
that day.
It's a big deal.
At this time in January 2022, what grade were they in?
They were in 8th. They were going into 9th that September.
And so they had been accepted to this private school, Bishop
Mhm.
Ian, and got their acceptance letters that day.
Yep.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that on that day?
They were just really excited about it. Everyone was really excited that they just got in.
That's all I have for this witness, Your
Now,
Honor.
at some point, well, beyond sort of, if you could just sort of describe the nature of your relationship, and by you, I'm using it plural as far as you and your husband, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
He was our friend. He was really good to me and my kids.
And as far as the kids were concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay did you have with regard to his kids and he have with regard to
I worked weekends and he would take my kids to sporting. I would do a lot of the stuff during the week if I was around the practices. And him and my husband would always do the games. The kids used to call them my two dads. It was like they had a lot of fun together.
Kids used to call them my two dads.
Like a well-oiled machine.
Now, through your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, at some point did you come to know someone by the name of Karen?
Yes,
And who was Karen Reed in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
she was his girlfriend.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
I
today?
do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article?
Yeah, she's right there.
No, just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to this date of January 28th, 2022, about how long had you known her?
Whenever they started dating, probably 2 years. During COVID. When was COVID? Probably 2 years.
2020.
So
Right.
sometime during the COVID pandemic, you met her?
Yeah, yep.
And as far as you were aware, did she live with Mr. O'Keefe and the children, or did she have somewhere else?
No, she had a house in Mansfield, but she stayed at Meadows a lot.
That's why she freaked out when he didn't come home, because he would never leave the children home alone.
And so during the course around this time of January 2022, general time, about how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Probably 3 days a week, I would say.
And sort of typically when you would see him, would that be sort of at a game or at his house, your house?
Anything, drop off, pick up, his house, games, anything.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed were concerned with regard to you and your husband, what, if any, socialization did you have sort of outside of the kids?
Yeah, we went out to eat. We went to a comedy show. I would socialize with them.
About how often would you do that?
The kids were around mostly, but maybe a few times. I feel like the kids were usually always around.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that your husband and Mr. O'Keefe had gone out that evening?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I don't know. Either Michael told me or my daughter told me. One of them told me. I forget who.
And do you know where your husband went that night?
I don't remember if he told me exactly where he went.
And at some point, you're still at work. You're working an overnight. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the rest of your family, being your husband and your kids, they came home at some point.
They did.
And how do you know sort of when or how they came home?
I have an alarm on my house, so I know when somebody opens the door. I can check at work, and it alerts me if the door's open, if the alarm is on, off, who puts it on, who puts it off, what doors are open, when the alarm is rearmed. And if I usually don't allow sleepovers, and even if I did, my husband would have called me at work.
So fair to say there's a rule within your house that sleepovers don't happen unless you approve.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I'm going to turn your attention now to the morning of the 29th. At some point, while you were at work, did you receive a call from someone?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called?
Karen.
And about what time was that?
Probably between 4 and 5.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you when she called you around 4 or 5 in the morning?
She was just screaming, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?"
And was that a typical sort of situation that you would get a call from the defendant at that time?
No, not at all.
And the screaming that you heard, or the phraseology of "Where's Mike," is that something she said once or more than once or something?
She just kept saying it. She just kept saying, "Where's Mike?"
And what, if anything, did you say in response to that?
I was just like, hold on, calm down. And as I was doing it, I was rechecking like the alarm. I said, he's home with the kids. Let me call him. And at some point I hung up. I called my husband, like, I don't know, probably it felt like 100 times.
Okay, so that someone's saying, who's Mike? If you just tuned in, Mike is her husband who just testified, Michael Camerano, who went out and met John O'Keefe the night before at the CF McCarthy's bar because they were celebrating that their daughters got into Bishop Fee in high school, and his wife Katherine is a nurse and she was working the overnight shift. So she was at work and Karen called her screaming, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?" Because she knew that John was with Mike the night before. Mike did the Irish exit. And so maybe she's assuming at that point in the morning when she wakes up, she's freaking out that he met up with Mike again. Let's see.
Now, you're at work and when you get this call, is that right?
Hmm.
Do you recall sort of where you were, what you were doing when you got the call?
I was getting ready to draw like morning labs, so I knew it was between like 4 and 5 a.m. somewhere
As
early
far as
morning.
this sort of screaming, as far as where's Mike, what if anything did the defendant indicate as to why she was asking?
John didn't come home.
And from your knowledge of John O'Keefe, was that something that was normal or
No, no.
Maybe Mike didn't do the Irish exit. It was the other guy, Kurt. Kerry Roberts' husband did the Irish exit. Mike did not. It was Kurt. Kurt, Mike, Sully. Kurt did the Irish exit. The only thing he didn't ask her is where she works. He asked her everything else, what sports her kids play. I want to know if she was working at Good Sam that morning when John was brought in. And now Lally's calling him Johnny. Nice touch. I don't think he should be allowed to do that.
Now, during this sort of initial call with the defendant, what, if anything, did you hear sort of in the background of that call?
Oh, I just want to point out also that I think that Karen called Mike first and he wasn't answering his phone. That's why she was freaking out. So that's why she called Katherine. We'll know because they have Karen's cell phone record. So we will see that.
That first call? I don't think I heard anything in that.
Your memory exhausted as to that?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
May I approach you with this?
Yes.
She doesn't remember. He's looking for something specific and she doesn't remember hearing anything in the background.
Attention to this second paragraph on the page. If you could just read that to yourself.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know if that was the, Yep. yes.
Your memory refreshed as to what, if anything, you heard in the background of that
Yeah.
initial call.
I could hear Kaylee in the background.
And you hang up on that call, and then what did you do?
Call Michael. And
At any point when you're calling Michael, I think you said you felt like it was about 100 times. Did your husband Michael answer the phone?
he never answered. No.
And so after you called your husband many times, he didn't answer. What did you do then?
I called either Karen's phone or Kaylee's phone back. I texted John, I think, twice. And then I could, whoever's phone I called, I could hear Jen in the background that someone had called Jen too.
So you were speaking on the phone with either the defendant or Kelly, correct?
Yep.
And you could hear someone named Jen in the background?
Yep, I could hear her in the background.
And when you say you could hear someone...
Like it sounded, sorry.
No. So just as far as Jen, who is that?
Jen McCabe. She was one of Madeline's basketball coaches, so I know her voice.
Heard her sort of voice on the sideline?
Yeah, yep.
Did you know her personally at all?
I knew her as Madeline's coach.
That's new information.
And at some point you were talking to Kaylee on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you were saying to Kaylee?
I was just saying to her, is everybody okay? And she said they're gonna go out looking for him. I think she said they were gonna go out looking, or she went out, she's gonna go out. No one knows where he is. And then I think I like hung up with her. And then at some point I maybe texted Kaylee or called, and I said, is Karen out alone? And she said, no, she's with Jen and Kerry. So I said, okay, as long as they're not alone.
Now, the second phone call, you're talking to Kaylee and you can hear the defendant talking to Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And you hear one side of the conversation or both sides of the conversation?
I don't really recall exactly. I felt like it was just like a lot of like screaming, like he's not home. I
Screaming.
don't really recall 100%.
But as far as the screaming that you heard that he's not home, do you recall whose voice that was that you heard saying that?
It was Karen.
And beyond that, as far as the conversation that you overheard, what, if anything, specific about that conversation in addition to that do you recall?
I don't.
And while these phone calls are going on, again, you're at work, correct?
Correct.
So what is it that you're doing sort of in relation to your job while these phone calls are going back?
I'm trying to like in between draw labs for my patients, and then I'm like going in the back room, texting or calling, and then I'd go back out to the desk, out to the patients.
You mentioned that the defendant was sort of screaming when she was talking to you on the phone and you heard her in the background when you were talking to Kaylee.
Yep.
Could you describe sort of, or how would you describe sort of her, and by her I mean the defendant's demeanor while you heard her on the phone?
She was just like frantically screaming. Just screaming. Where's Mike?
Now,
Did she scream, I hit him, I did it?
You're working, you're dealing with patients, and you're going back and
Yeah.
forth with patients on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition to speaking on the phone with the defendant and then with Kaylee, who, if anyone else, did you reach out to or did you talk to that point?
I talked to Kerry Roberts in the morning at some point. I don't know if I called her, she called me, and she said that I think that he was going to the hospital, and then I called my husband and told him that Kaylee was home alone and that he should go get her because she was at the house alone.
Is it your understanding that your husband, Michael, then went to Meadows to pick up Kaylee?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you spoke to Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know Kerry Roberts?
I've known her since high school.
She's known Kerry since high school. She spoke to Kerry. She told her that her husband was going to go pick up Kaylee. So the police had no reason to do a wellness check because Kerry Roberts knew where Kaylee was. Because Kaylee was picked up by Michael Camerano to go to their house, right? And Kerry's talking to the cops this whole time. In fact, Kerry brings Karen back to the scene to get her sectioned. So, why would they need to do a wellness check when Kerry was giving everybody all this information and sharing all this information with Jen McCabe? Because you're going to see a lot of phone calls between Jen and Kerry that entire day. Keep that in mind.
And as far as you grew up in the same town, is that correct?
No, I was friends with her cousin. So I had known her. And I've always known her. I've been friends with her for a while.
Everybody went to Canton High School. Everybody in this entire trial. And look at her. She can barely breathe. She's trying to Breathe.
What's been previously marked. Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 48. And before I do that, I just need to show council what I'm showing.
All right. The son was at a sleepover.
Can I approach him?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48, specifically on page 22. With respect to that white box sort of towards the top of the page, you see a listing as sort of participants of that conversation.
Yes,
That's a text conversation.
yes.
And who is sort of listed as the participant within that conversation?
Katie Camerano and JJ.
And is JJ another sort of name or nickname for John O'Keefe?
Yep,
And the content, there's two blue bubbles on the bottom of that page, is that correct?
correct.
And do you recognize the content of those bubbles?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
My text messages to him.
Those are text messages you just testified about as far as sending to John that morning.
Correct.
And both of them are from you with no response from Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And about what time are the two text messages sent to Mr. O'Keefe according to that document?
5:10.
May I approach this retrieve now?
Yes.
Mhm.
Now, Ms. Camerano, you had mentioned in your testimony that you had some phone calls or conversations with Ms. Reed on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, ma'am.
Mhm.
Ask that you look at that and look up when you finish.
Oh, Jennifer, you sent it to the wrong email. It's fanbase@mlittlelaw.com.
And that document, do those seem to reflect the calls that you have between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, on that morning of the 29th?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure.
Yeah.
Please.
Approach, please.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
fanbase@mlittlelaw.com.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Showing that to you, which is now been marked as Exhibit 51. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would request to publish that to the jury on the screen.
Okay.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Emery. So tired of hearing sort of. Thanks for becoming a member, Lou. Chantal says bordering on pointless. That was 6 days ago. Thanks, Chantal, for being a member for 5 months.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could please just see if you could enlarge that just a little.
Mr. Lally, keep your voice up and step aside so all jurors could see this, please.
Yes.
Please find the microphone.
Before we get to what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 51?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Camerano, starting from sort of as far as the order of these, do you see sort of to and from and sort of date times on there?
Yes.
And does it appear as if the earlier times are sorted towards the bottom and then it goes on in time and chronology towards the top?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll to sort of the bottom of the box. Now, with reference to essentially there are 6 boxes, am I correct in that?
Correct.
And with regard to box 6, if you could just tell the jury sort of,
It says 1/29/2022, 4:49 a.m. to Katie Camerano, answered 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
and the box above that, number 5.
It looks like I called her at 4:56 on 1/29 for 2 minutes and 57 seconds, answered.
And the box above that, number 4, please.
I called her 5 a.m., 2 minutes and 4 seconds, answered. And then I called her again at 5:32 for 8 seconds. That was answered. And then I called her again at 5:34, was missed. At 5:34 was missed. And then I called her again at 6:44 and 49 seconds, and that was not answered.
Thank you. And approach just to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
You can take that down.
Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Authenticating phone calls
Now,
between
with respect,
her and Karen?
Cameron, is your testimony that in addition to the phone calls that you have with the defendant, you also had some text back and forth that morning as well?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Lallygag on up there. Mosey on up there.
Take a look at that and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize what that what's in that document?
Yes,
What do you recognize it to be?
it's my text to Karen.
And with respect to the sort of first page of that, is there also similar to the ones I showed you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe? Is there a listing as far as the participants in that conversation?
Yes,
And who does it state?
it's Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Okay, so
No
can you read them
objections,
into evidence?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. then.
So you're just going to mark things? Nobody's going to read them into evidence. The jury's just going to take them back?
Cameron, returning what's now been marked.
Well, maybe.
To you, and Your Honor, with the court permission, I would publish this on the screen for the jury as well.
Okay.
If anybody knows who this camera person is, can you ask him to focus on the screen so we can see the actual exhibit too?
Ms. Camerano, if I could direct your attention to sort of the content of this, there's blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there an indication on there as far as who the message is from and who the message is to?
The blue bubbles would be me texting Karen.
And if you could, starting with the first bubble on page 1, if you could just describe to the jury, and we'll sort of go through it as far as who the text is from and what the content is.
That's from me. I'm asking Karen, are you okay?
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And this next bubble.
Go back home so you're safe with Kaylee. He will end up home. I bet he's on someone's couch.
And the next bubble down, Ms. Gilman.
What's going on, Karen?
If you could scroll down a little further, Ms. Gilman.
I'm driving around with Kerry and Jen.
And this is the text that you received
From-
Ms. Reed to yourself.
Yes.
And is there a time on that associated with when that text was sent?
5:53, does it say?
5:53 a.m., is that correct?
Oh, 5:53, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message.
Okay, is one of them driving?
And just to be clear, this is you texting. Ms.
I'm
Reed.
I'm texting Karen, yes. Is one of them driving? And then,
And why were you texting that, or why were you concerned about that?
because she was so hysterical, I didn't want her driving.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message.
That's how hysterical she was.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, scroll down to the next.
And I said, okay, keep me posted.
Gilman, if you could scroll down.
At his brother's or mom's ? Or the station he works at.
Both of those messages, about what time were those?
Hear that phone going off? Do you hear that phone going off? It's like a carousel noise. Whoever's phone just went off in the courtroom that does not have their phone off should be ejected from the courtroom right now. That's what we're going to have to do here. Okay. There's 10 media passes per day, apparently, for media. So whoever's phone that was that didn't see the common decency and or common sense to shut their phone off should be ejected, and somebody else from the media should be allowed in. Or whoever it was. Come on now. Really?
6 a.m.
And what, if any, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down, and then what, if any, response did you receive from the defendant, Ms. Reed, following those steps?
I don't think so. His bro is in West Bridgewater, W. Bridgewater.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. The next message, ma'am.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm just brainstorming.
The next green bubble, ma'am.
It's okay.
And the blue bubble below that.
Any luck?
And that was a text you sent at approximately what time now?
6:34.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next. And what was Ms.
Then-
Reed's response?
He's dead.
And again, at what time did you receive that text message from
6:34.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Yeah,
What, Karen? Are you serious?
that's a blue bubble, your response to the last statement.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again.
And then, Karen, do you have any idea where he is, or did you find him?
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one more time.
He was in the snow.
And that last message that you received, what time was that?
That was at 6:36.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, if you could collect that. Thank you. Following that text message, the last one about 6:34 a.m., what, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant that morning?
Nothing.
What, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant since then?
None.
Now, as far as any of the other people that you spoke of, as far as talking to that morning, Ms. Roberts or Kelly, did you have any further conversation with them in regard to what was going on?
No.
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Take all the moments, Lally, because this is another witness helpful to
Nothing
the
further for
defense.
this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Proved nothing. Okay, hold on a second.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. To Mr. Lally last point, after that series of text messages that you had early in the morning on January 29th, 2022, you said you didn't hear from Miss Reed or didn't have any communication with her after that. Is that right?
Yeah, yes,
Did you reach out to her text message wise?
no,
Okay. Were you aware that her phone had been seized shortly thereafter from her?
no.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Camerano. Oh, there's nothing else, Mr. Lally, right?
No.
All right, Ms. Camerano, you're all set. Thank you.
Karen's
Thank
phone
you.
was seized. That's why she never heard from Karen again. She didn't have her number. She couldn't reach out to her. Wow.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Kurt Roberts to the stand.
Wow. Excellent job. One question was all it took. They were trying to make Karen look like a monster because she never reached out to Katherine Camerano again. And the reason is because her phone was seized and she didn't have her number. Wow.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kurt Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
And your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26 years.
And your wife, Kerry, does she work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's a executive assistant.
And do you know about how long she's been
I
doing
think about 18 years.
it? And if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And do you recall anything about what you were doing? Do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me?
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
Yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out to
Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe.
Did he call you the P word?
you? And starting with Michael Camerano, how do you know?
I grew up with him since 6th grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since then.
Yes,
How would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. Camerano?
we're friends.
And does Mr. Camerano, does he have any children around the age of your 2 children?
Yes, he is, I believe, a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, do they do any sort of activities together?
They did. They played baseball together.
Now, you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John O'Keefe?
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in my neighborhood. And my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his sister and brother-in-law lived, where was that in relation to where you lived?
An eighth of, like, not far, very easily walking distance, maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the 2, his niece and nephew.
So his niece and nephew from the couple that had passed away.
Yes,
And you had a niece named Kaylee, is that correct?
yes,
A nephew named Patrick.
yes.
And with respect to his nephew Patrick, how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camerano's?
Same age,
And as far as the activities,
Same-
baseball and stuff,
same baseball team. Yep.
Was Jen McCabe their basketball coach too?
of kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes,
Now, at some point, did Mr. O'Keefe move away from that house that was?
he did. He did. He moved to
moved to?
One Meadows.
And sort of from your house, where was that in relation to your house?
Probably 2 or 3 miles. It's a lot further away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved over to Meadows?
Elf, I think it was homecoming, not prom.
Maybe 2019, maybe. I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, over the course of through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know someone by the name of Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John.
Now, as far as what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand.
Who was Ms. Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
Great question, Lily.
Nothing is your fault. It's entirely my question. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, with respect, and just so we're clear as far as what we're talking about, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's seated right there.
Okay, just because you're having all of these witnesses point their finger at Karen Reed, that does not make your case for you. That does not mean Karen Reed is guilty of striking John intentionally with her car and leaving him to die, rising to the level of second-degree murder. This is the best that he has, having every witness on the stand point at Karen Reed. That's it. That's all we've seen so far. And he has them spell their last name. Okay, like we could figure out how to spell Roberts, but is Kurt with a K or a C? Is Katherine with a K or a C? We don't know because nobody asked for the spelling. Doesn't Madam Court Reporter want to make sure that the record is clear? Perhaps spelling the first names might be something that would be important too, but apparently we have entered the Twilight Zone courtroom of Justice Beverly Canoni, where nothing will ever be the same.
Yes.
As their relationship, that, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No,
And sort of vice versa, as far as your relationship with your wife, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
no.
Now, with regard to that particular evening, January 28th, 2022, you mentioned at some point that Mr. Camerano and or Mr. O'Keefe reached out to you.
They did.
And what was that in regard to? What was that conversation?
They reached out. They were at McCarthy's, the bar in Canton Center. And they wanted me to come up. And I was saying, I didn't want to. I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming. And then he called me a pussy. And I, sorry, I can't let that happen. So I had to go.
Can't let that happen.
So I had to go up there, and
Do you recall who it was that called you that?
it was Michael Camerano.
Had to go up there and prove to him that I'm not a P word, but I wanted to stay home because it was snowing. But my job is, he's a heavy machine operator. This is a guy who operates what? Backhoes? Bulldozers? didn't want to go out in the snow because it was snowing. Did he fill in someone's pool with one of his backhoes or bulldozers? I wonder. Not likely, but I'm sure you would need to have a machine operator to do such a thing if someone wanted to fill in their pool. Just saying. Couldn't let them call him the P word, so he had to get down there and prove that he was not a P word. Okay, no man shaming.
Let the record reflect. Okay.
Oh, so funny, Lally. Now you really have got everyone on your
That-
side.
That text and you go to CF McCarthy's, is that right?
That's right.
And you mentioned that's in Canton Center.
Yes.
And about how far a drive is that from your house to CF McCarthy's?
2.5, maybe 3 miles at best.
And do you recall about what time it was that you received that now infamous text and you go make your way to CF McCarthy's?
Yes, it was about 20 past 8.
Is that a place that you had been to before?
Very, not often, but I was.
Point.
I have been there before.
When you arrive to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone, that you know is sort of there when you get there?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
And if you could, for the jury, just describe sort of what you know of sort of the inside of CF McCarthy's as far as you walk in the door and what is the layout of the bar?
Walk in the door, go to the left, and the bar's right in front of you. It's a big square bar. And then the bathrooms are in the back, and there's tables off to the left.
And
Chewing
where in
gum.
relation to the bar and the tables and what you described were Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano.
And walking to the left, they were on my left.
And the area where you came up to and where they were, is that essentially sort of the same area that you and the group that you were with stayed in for most of the night?
Yes.
And if you recall, so you went out to a bar, fair to say you had something, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking that night?
I believe it was a Bud Light.
Do you recall whether
Bud
it
Light.
was a draft or a bottle or something?
It was a bottle.
That's sort of typically what you would drink when you go out?
Back then, yes.
And with regard to Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what they were drinking that night?
I believe the same as me. I believe. I wasn't much paying
It was
attention to
beer
that.
from a bottle.
That's what they normally would drink.
Beer from a bottle. So, hey, here's another thought I just had because, it just sort of like came to me while this guy's talking about his Bud Light and chomping on his gum. Maybe the gashes on or lacerations as such on Officer O'Keefe's right arm came from a broken bottle. Maybe somebody smashed a beer bottle, came after him with it, slashed his arm. Maybe that's why there's no dog DNA on the clothing that wasn't properly stored and was thrown into Proctor's backseat or trunk for weeks before it was turned into evidence. I don't know. Everybody's drinking beer out of bottles that night. Were they drinking beer out of bottles at 34 Fairview? Were those arm wounds ever swabbed? No, they weren't. Were they ever tested? Was there any broken glass in those wounds? Or perhaps as such, things from the undercarriage of a motor vehicle, any fluids, as such that might be underneath the motor vehicle, like grease or oil or anything like that? Well, we don't know because those arm samples are never tested. But I'm getting ahead of us because now I'm talking about injuries. And we're still talking about what they were drinking at CF McCarthy's after somebody called him the P word and made him get down there because he couldn't have that. Nobody's calling me the P word. I'm going to get down there. I'm going to tell him what's up. Somebody said, what's the P word? It's another word for cat.
With the
Thank you, Kim. Would have been car grease on his clothes. Car.
with the court's permission, if I could
McCa.
publish to the jury portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 50 to CF McCarthy's video.
Okay.
Oh, more video from CF
If I could ask
McCarthy's.
and if I could ask you to push it forward to 34 minutes and 10 seconds.
Great. Gonna full screen this for you.
If you could pause it there just for a moment. Now, Mr. Roberts, direct your attention to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Also, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk in front of you. So if you just click on that button and point it in a direction, you can sort of highlight it. So if I could ask you, first of all, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as Exhibit 50?
Yes,
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I see John right there and Michael right there.
And does this appear to be consistent with what you recollect as far as the interior of C.F. McCarthy's on January 20th?
Yes,
And this area that you just pointed out to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano is that the area where you just testified to they essentially were during the time that you were?
yes, it is.
And just point out a reason why you don't want to rely on closed captioning, because they have the word menstrual in the closed captioning right now. Menstrual, keeping Mr. Camerano. Okay. Don't rely on the closed captions. I just put them up there so that you have something to watch when Lally is unable to be heard. But there's just a little reason.
Pointed out to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano is that the area where you just testified to they essentially were during the time that you were?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you can see sort of what he's wearing in this video. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the clothing, at least as far as you can see, is that the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe to be wearing that night?
yes, that was what he was wearing.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just to play this from the 34:10 mark until 35.
Anybody seeing anything helpful in this video at all?
Pause there just a moment. The gentleman that just came in through the door, do you recognize him, sir?
Yes, I do.
And who do you recognize him?
That's me.
So that was about the time that you arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just continue it for another 30 seconds.
Are they going to kick Sully out of the conversation? That's not nice. Poor Sully.
Directing your attention still up to the screen, Mr. Roberts, there's another individual around yourself, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, was that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize who that person is?
At the time, I didn't know. He doesn't look the same in this picture right now, but I believe it's Sully.
Sully.
And that's someone at this time on January 28th, you didn't know who that was?
No, I did not.
You now do?
I do now. Yes.
Okay. Who do you know him to be in relation to sort of yourself and Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I know his son plays baseball on my son's baseball team. And I met him that night. We were talking.
This would have been the first time that you had met this person you now know as Sully.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with reference to this evening, at some point, who, if anyone else, sort of came into the bar and joined your group?
Karen Reed.
And that was sometime after you had initially arrived, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes. It was after I had already been there, I believe.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, from the same exhibit, but going to the fourth video down. And if I could ask you to bring it up to 22 minutes and 20 seconds. If you could just pause. Now, as far as Ms. Reed, do you see Ms. Reed in this video?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed.
Right there.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you were fair to say a little reluctant to come out that evening, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as timing, about how long was it that you stayed at CF McCarthy's before you left?
It's a good hour. 1 hour.
An hour or so?
So I was home by about 10:15. I was home.
And if you recall, about how many beers did you have while you were there?
Probably 3 or 4.
And what you were drinking, was that, as far as amount was concerned, was that the same, less, more so than sort of the other people that you were?
Objection.
Probably one more. I would think. I kind of drank them kind of fast because I was taking off.
So you may have lapped him by a round or something?
Sure. Yes.
You may have lapped him by a
Now,
round.
You and Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano were drinking. What, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed to be drinking at that?
It was a clear glass with probably a lime in it. I'm assuming a vodka tonic, maybe. I'm not positive what it was, but it was a clear glass with.
And from your prior sort of interactions or socialization with Ms. Reed,
Objection.
is that something that she would typically drink?
Yes, I guess I would say.
And about what time was it again that you left?
I think I left about 10 o'clock. It took me a few minutes to get home. So
And with regard to when you left, did you sort of announce that to anybody, or how did you?
I usually don't, because then I'll have to deal with it again. But when we walked out, me and Michael Camerano, I believe, about the same time. I might have been a minute or two before him. That's all.
So you sort of exit, and then at some point in time, around the time that you left, Mr. Camerano left as well.
That's right.
And Ms. Gilman, from what's up here is Exhibit 50, if I could ask you to just play from this point, so about 22 minutes and 50 seconds.
Kind of looks like a very thin, furrowed, puffy jacket that Camerano is wearing there. Karen looks to be very friendly with all the guys.
And thank you, Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
That's the court footage that keeps going out, not mine.
So fair to say that was about the time that you left.
And again,
During the time that you were at St. McCarthy's with this group, including yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, and Ms. Reed, how would you describe sort of the general tone or demeanor of the group while you were there?
Everything very normal. Just a few friends out having some drinks. Nothing that stands out.
No arguing, no anything?
No.
And as far as the clothing that I asked you about with regard to what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, when you were there that night, did you notice anything as far as tears in the clothing or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No, I didn't notice anything.
And when you were there and you were talking to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything about him did you note as far as his face or anything else that you could see?
Nothing, no.
what injuries did you notice as far as his face? Okay. Go ahead.
Once you left, where
Have at it.
I went home.
And do you recall when you got home? I think you already said it, but about what time was it that you got home?
But I think 10:15 would be my best guess.
When you got home, who, if anyone else from your house, from your family, was there?
I believe my wife and kids were there. They're up in bed, but they weren't downstairs.
And at some point, did you go to bed that evening?
I did.
And about what time was it?
Probably I saw the snow start coming down. Probably 11:30, 12, maybe midnight. that,
And about the time, you mentioned that you had been aware that there was a storm coming, correct?
yes.
Oh, the
About the
storm.
time that you went to bed around midnight or so, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you look outside or see anything?
It was snowing. It was snowing. So
And in relation to that, what, if anything, did you hear while you were in the house, sort of making
Oh,
your way to bed?
the wind was hitting the windows. You just knew it was a storm.
Now, you go to sleep with your wife, correct?
That's right. Yes.
The next morning on the 29th, what, if anything, is it that wakes you up?
A voice on my wife's phone was yelling, like screaming, frantic on the. It wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that?
And initially, did you recognize that voice on your wife's phone?
I didn't recognize it, but I just couldn't make out the words. But it was just a screaming.
And could you hear anything as far? You couldn't make out the words.
I couldn't make out no.
And at some point, did you recognize that voice or come to find out who was on the other end of the phone?
Yes, I did. It was Karen Reed.
What time was it?
About what time of the morning was that?
I'd say 5 o'clock would be a good guess.
And as far as you wake up, you hear the screaming, what happened?
My wife gets up. She starts getting crazy and then putting her clothes on and running out. I'm telling her not to go because the weather was pretty bad at that point. And of course she goes.
So she doesn't listen to you and she continues to get dressed and go?
Yes.
His wife was getting crazy. That's interesting. She was getting crazy after this phone call, and yet we saw her at the scene calmly pacing around. So that's interesting. It's the only thing interesting so far from him.
When you say the weather was pretty bad at that point, can you expound upon that as far as what you
It
saw?
was snowing. It was snowing. It was very windy. It was snowing heavy.
Cold rain and snow.
Your wife, Kerry, did she say where she was going?
Said, John's missing and I got to go. I don't know exactly what she said, where she was going.
Now, from the time that you initially sort of wake up around 5 a.m. or so to the screaming on the phone to the time that your wife, Miss Roberts, leaves your house, how much time had elapsed between those two things?
By the time I woke up until she left, I'd say 15 minutes.
And when your wife leaves the house and she's driving, is that correct?
She was.
And do you recall which car she took?
She took her car, Ford Explorer.
And that's an SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what color the Ford Explorer was?
It's gray.
Now, after she leaves, when is the next time that you spoke to your wife?
She called me. She called me on the phone. I forget. I can't really recall exact times now. They tell me that they found John. He's in the ambulance. They bring him to the hospital, and she was going to get Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
And by Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John and John's parents.
And did you know John's parents?
I did.
Did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in an ambulance and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And after you heard that, what?
But she didn't tell you that she brought Karen Reed back to the scene to be sectioned and involuntarily admitted to the hospital. She told you that John was in an ambulance and she was going to pick up John's parents to bring them to the hospital. But she left out that one important detail because that tells you what Kerry thinks about Karen, does it not?
Was it that you did not?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway, got it ready because I knew she's going to come home in a mood.
To clear your driveway.
So she could, yes, because it was, yes.
Hold on, rewind.
Braintree
I did. Parents.
Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John and John's parents.
And did you know John's parents?
I did.
Did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in an ambulance and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And after you heard that, what is it that you did next?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway, got it ready because I knew she's going to come home in a mood.
To clear your driveway.
So she could, yes, because it was.
In a mood.
Yes.
Because if he didn't snowblow, she was going to be in a mood.
Now, when you go out to clear the driveway at the time that your wife calls you, about how much snow was in the driveway at that point?
I'd say there was drifts of at least a foot or so. It was pretty good. It was a lot. Tough to get the car in.
And if you know about what time was it that your wife returned home at?
8 o'clock.
Dee says he talks about John's parents in the past tense. Are they still living? Yeah, they're still living and they're sitting in the courtroom.
No exact time.
And when you say 8 o'clock, you mean 8 o'clock in the morning or night?
AM.
8 a.m.
Yeah, I wasn't real concerned about John O'Keefe, was he? Shannon.
Yes.
He's not. She's going to come home in a mood.
Further
He's
questions?
got to get out and snowblow. He's not worried about his friend John O'Keefe that he was out drinking beers with the night before. What?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Roberts, you and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
That night that you went out to CF McCarthy's, where you were sort of pressured or goaded into going out, you did get a chance to observe John O'Keefe at the bar, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you ever see him wearing a puffy jacket?
Never.
Did you ever see a puffy jacket around his chair that he was sitting in?
Not that I recall,
Did you
no.
ever see him holding a puffy jacket?
No.
Now, you noticed on the video, one of the last videos that Mr. Lally played for you, that prior to your making the Irish exit there, you did have some interaction with Karen Reed, correct?
I believe so at the end.
You saw that the two of you were at one point face to face.
I did for a brief.
Yes, it
Brief.
was, maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Okay.
That sound fair?
It does.
And when you were face to face, you were looking at her and she was looking at you, correct?
Yes.
And there was some type of interchange between the two of you?
Maybe I was saying bye. I don't recall. I don't
Yeah, you
know.
probably don't remember the specifics of
No, I
what
don't.
the conversation was, but there appeared to be some type of small conversation.
I saw her from the video, yes.
And while you were speaking to her, you had no indication that she was slurring her words in any way, correct?
I didn't think so, no.
No. Her eyes didn't appear to be bloodshot and glassy, correct?
Correct.
She wasn't swaying or stumbling in any way, correct?
Correct.
She didn't appear to be confused in her thinking or her speech.
She did not.
She appeared to be normal, correct?
Yes.
There was nothing about her demeanor or her interaction with you that would lead you to believe that she was under the influence of alcohol at that time.
No, not.
And during the time that you spent with them at the bar, you didn't see any evidence of any problems between Karen and John O'Keefe?
I did not.
No arguments or bickering or anything like that?
No.
Neither one of them was complaining about the other, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to see any of the affection between the two of them, either physically or with regard to what they were saying?
I didn't see any.
All right.
Any.
It seems like you were more concentrated on.
I was talking with the guy.
We're talking with Mike at the bar. And,
Talking with the guys. A locker room talk with the
but
guys.
You had known Karen, or at least known of her, and had some interactions with her for, I believe your testimony was about a year or two.
Yes.
During that time, there was some interaction with Karen at your house because there were pickups and drop-offs that had to be made.
Yes,
And you would see that, you know, Karen had been to your house when you were there, specifically to pick up your son, correct?
yes.
How often would that occur?
I don't recall. Not. I don't think.
Both times?
Maybe.
He wasn't
she-
there. He was operating heavy
And
machinery.
she would pick him up to either take him to school or sports or some activity,
I
correct?
believe it was normally like the baseball, maybe. I believe. I don't know. I don't arrange that stuff. My wife takes care of that, so I don't
Snowblow.
arrange for the pickups and.
Well, she gets in
my
the
wife
mood.
does that, so I can't
A
tell you
mood.
exactly what it was for.
No,
I don't have anything to do with my kids. I just snowblow, or else she comes home in a mood, and then I got to deal with her mood, and then I don't do anything about the kids. That's not my department. It's not my job. It's not my job.
understand. I'm just getting the fact that you were present when these pickups occurred.
Yes.
And that would be because Karen was sort of shuttling, you know, either Kaylee or Patrick to events, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an intersection specifically with regard to Patrick and your son, she would take both of them, correct?
Yes.
And from your observations of Karen Reed during that 1 or 2 years that you would come into contact with her, the contact you had was mainly surrounding what happened with the kids, correct?
Yeah, I would say. Mainly.
And she appeared to be responsible, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
Sure. She appeared to be caring toward the kids, did she not?
Objection.
Why?
Overruled.
Helpful. Thank you.
May we approach?
Why?
Okay.
You're asking him about.
Yours,
You're
feel
asking
free to
about
stand
the
up and
damn
stretch.
weather. How many beers he had? But he can't ask if Karen appeared caring. Of course she appeared caring. She drove your kid to practice all the time, and picked him up and took him places. But we can talk about, the ridiculousness of what went on at CF McCarthy's and what sports his kids play.
Just one question for you, just to sort of alter the last question that I asked you. From your read on this, it appeared to you as though Karen was caring for the kids and caring about them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, just one question, sir. As far as your observations of Ms. Reed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and in regard to the children, that was what you observed, correct?
That's right.
And so as far as what, if anything, went on behind closed doors or in their relationship, you weren't really privy to that?
I was not.
Give it up.
Nothing further.
Give it up.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Shot yourself in the foot.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Miss Rebecca Traers to the stand.
Who? Where is Kerry? We want Kerry. We want Kerry. We want Kerry. Kerry, where's the pants? We want Kerry. Who's Rebecca? Who?
And just keep your voice up, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and just spell your last name for the jury?
Rebecca Trayers, Trayers.
Ms. Traers, what do you do for work?
I am a bartender.
And where is it that you work as well?
Waterfall Bar and Grill
And where is that located?
in Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you worked there in that capacity?
About 7 years.
And in relation to where in Canton, Massachusetts is Waterfall located?
In the center.
And is there a typical sort of shift or nights that you would work in regard to working at the Waterfall?
At the moment, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
And when you work sort of the nights, what time is it sort of that you start and what time is it that you typically finish?
The shift starts at 5 and we are by volume. So it's once like people start leaving, generally around 10 to 11.
By volume. Never heard that
And
before.
sort of what is the latest that, based on volume, if people are sort of hanging around in the bar, when would you sort of, last call, turn the lights on?
12:45 is the latest that we could do last call.
12:45.
During the shifts that you work, about how many people, or like what does sort of the staff look like in regard to sort of your evening shift?
For upstairs, there's typically like 2 of us with a couple of food runners.
And with regard to entertainment, does the Waterfall have certain nights of entertainment, sort of live entertainment within?
Fridays and Saturdays.
And what kind of entertainment would be there on a Friday or Saturday?
Bands.
Is that sort of the same bands over and over? Or is it sort of different bands as it goes?
They rotate throughout months.
Now, were you working at the Waterfall in that capacity around or on January 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And let me ask you, stepping back for a second, just more general questions. What time does the Waterfall typically open?
Like 11 a.m.
So basically 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. or based on volume when you close?
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the Waterfall, if you could just sort of describe, I know it's located in the Canton Center area, but what kind of building is it? What, if anything else, is sort of around it?
It's in a condo unit.
So in a condo sort of complex?
Yeah.
And is there a parking lot associated with both the complex and with the Waterfall?
Yes.
And as far as entrances and exits, how many of those each are there?
4.
And what is sort of the typical entrance that people would come in?
There's typically 2, one in the front and then one on the back by the patio.
Ooh.
And so the one by the front where is that in relation to the parking lot?
It's right outside the parking lot.
And so if I walk into that front door over by the parking lot and come in, can you describe for the jury sort of the layout or like sort of how many tables, what kind of tables that you observe there?
When you initially walk in, you walk into like the lounge area. There's about 7 or 8 high tops and then probably 4 or 5 low tops. And then right beyond that is the bar area, which leads into the patio. And we have 2 back rooms also, but those aren't typically used.
And as far as high tops and the low tops, starting with the low tops, about how many chairs would typically be around the low top?
A low top.
And as far as high tops, how many chairs?
6 and 2.
But if you push 2 tables together, you can make it 8, right? Or 6, yeah?
In addition to being a bar, is it also sort of a restaurant to serve food?
Mm-hmm.
And is there sort of how is that staffed as far as the kitchen staff is?
In the kitchen, there's typically 2 cooks at a time. It's downstairs.
And maybe pretty well understood, but just as far as your duties and sort of responsibilities as a bartender, what is it that you
I serve drinks and take food orders.
Fill
Now, are
my
there
glass
people,
for
you have sort of
me.
regular customers that come in on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
With respect to the bar, is that sort of a full service bar?
What would full service be?
4 questions. Let me rephrase. So you have beer and wine, is that correct?
Yes.
After this, they're going to name a salad for Lally. It's going to be called the Lally salad. I have an emoji for that. Let me know if you'd like me to sing in the background. I've got a good song pulled up. Dave Matthews, Bartender. Bartender, please fill my glass for me. Oh, dear mother of mine, please direct me. If this gold bartender, please, the wine that's drinking me. This is, I could do a soundtrack behind this. I can't really play the music because I'll get in trouble, but.
And is there sort of mixed drinks and cocktails and things of that nature?
Yeah.
Yes.
Frozen drinks?
Now, when it
Make
comes
pina coladas? Do you hate cleaning the blender?
Glassware, that's
Everyone hates cleaning the blender.
where does that Where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it? Is that what you're asking? Typically a restaurant depot.
Oh, the
Is
glasses.
there like a certain type of, well, let me start back. So if
Has
you're
he established that
getting
she's in charge of buying the drinkware? Because there's no foundation for this. So let's go back.
the glassware.
The glassware. Okay.
That's the Waterfall has. Where does
Bartender,
that,
please.
where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it? Is that what you're asking? Typically a restaurant depot.
Drink for
Is there like a certain
me.
type of, well, let me start back. So if you're getting something that's either a draft beer or wine cocktail, does the type of drink that you're ordering have any reflection in the type of glass you would receive?
For the most part, yes.
And as far as if you're, let's say, getting a non-alcoholic drink, how would that typically be served?
In a pint glass.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
A pint glass.
Thank you.
Non-alcoholic drink would be in a
And
pint
if you're
glass.
Getting a mixed drink or a cocktail, how would that typically, what kind of glass would that typically be served?
In like a shorter one.
And the shorter sort of cocktail glass, as far as the weight of that, would that be heavier or less heavy than the pint glass?
The same.
And as far as the sort of thickness of that cocktail glass, would it be thicker at the bottom or thicker at the top or something?
We have different short glasses, but the
Ooh,
bottoms are
all kinds.
typically heavier in glasses.
Now, on that particular evening of January 28, 2022, do you recall whether or not there was any sort of musical entertainment in the bar that night?
Yes,
It
High
was
School
band.
Musical was playing.
And do you recall the name of the band or what kind of music they played?
No.
But it was a live band, is that correct?
Yep.
And when a live band is performing at the Waterfall, where is it in regard to the layout that you were just describing that band would typically set up?
When you walk into the building, it's left of the high tops. There's like a small alcove. We move tables for them.
Oh, so they moved some tables.
And
Okay.
once the
How many
band is
tables did you
done,
move?
What, if anything, do you do with that space once the band clears out?
We put the tables back.
Okay.
Now,
Bartender, please.
with respect
Oh,
to the
my
Waterfall,
glass
are you familiar,
for me.
with whether or not there's any sort of security or camera recording in there?
There's cameras.
And as far as the cameras are concerned, do you know sort of where they're situated in relation to the bar?
For the most part, yes.
And fair to say there's at least some interior cameras and some exterior, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this specific evening of January 28, 2022, have you had occasion to see some of that video from that particular evening?
Yes.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
Please put us out of our misery. Okay, we're going to look at some footage from the Waterfall.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for just the first video with the label as far as channel 1.
Ooh, they have multiple channels at the bar.
Pause right there. Now, Ms. Traers, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize generally what that is?
Yes.
It's a car.
And what are we looking at?
Waterfall parking lot.
And so this is the parking lot that you were referring to as sort of the front door that leads out to the parking lot for both the condo place and the bar.
Yes.
10:45. No snow on the car.
The video, as far as you're aware, is date and time stamped, and those dates and times are accurate, correct?
The
If you
date,
know.
yeah.
Most important question. What's your buyback
Yes.
policy?
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that then.
People even do buybacks anymore? I haven't had a
And,
buyback in a long
Ms. Gilman,
time.
If I could have from channel 3, the first video associated with channel.
Oh, the paper straws are the worst, D.
Just pause there.
Hate the paper straws.
So Ms. Traers, before you, I think on that desk should be a laser pointer.
Oh, yes.
Mhm.
Please use the laser pointer to point out
That is just
nothing.
the button on top and then point it at the screen if and when I ask. anybody?
Oh, it's 10:30, 10:30 p.m.
So again, what's up on the screen right now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The lounge area of Waterfall.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention first to that area that you were speaking about where a band would normally perform.
Let's find it right here.
And that's where the band was that night.
Yes.
And the high tops and low tops, if you could direct the jury's attention to where those would be located.
So
Maddie
these
from
are
wind.
the 6 people ones, the 2 people, and then low tops.
And as far as the bar area, or sort of where you would be situated within the establishment when you're working as a bartender, whereabouts, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that.
All the way back here.
And sort of immediately adjacent or right in front of sort of where the bar area is, what kind of table or what, if anything, is closest to the bar?
High top.
Don't go chasing
Now-
waterfalls. Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take that one down. If you could, please go to the 6th video listed down for channel 3.
Has anyone fallen into a narcoleptic seizure yet?
Up to the video for the, up to the screen for the video that's now up there.
Oh.
You recognize this to be the waterfall as well.
Yes.
There's a
12:01
timestamp on it, says
a.m.
129, 12:01. Is that the AM? Is that correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that or what, if any, difference do you know sort of about the lighting in this video versus the one from earlier around 10:30 p.m.?
This one's brighter.
And why is it?
We are getting ready to close.
You would have turned the lights on at that point.
The house lights.
And as you're closing, what are some of the sort of final things that you're doing as you're sort of closing up shop?
Cleaning up.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to push this forward to about 15 minutes and 45 seconds.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's skip through a whole bunch of it. This is when house lights would be appropriate. This is when the house lights come up at the end of the night, closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can stay here.
12:16 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this from this point to about 16 minutes and 8 seconds.
Don't go chasing waterfall. There's another puffy jacket.
Pause there just a moment. The individual sort of walking from the top of the screen down towards the bottom, towards that front door area. Is that where the front door is?
Yes.
And if you could, just for the jury, just using the laser pointer, direct their attention to where that front door is.
Right here.
You recognize who that person was?
Yep.
Okay. Who was
Yes.
that?
That's me.
You were basically taking the trash, correct?
You're basically taking the trash out, kind of like this trial.
You can stop there. And you can
Now it gets real foggy. Right. And that's it. Where's the video of John walking out with the glass that you said you had? She took out the trash.
Now,
Really? Dude, really?
from that evening of January 28th, 2022, I'm going to ask just a couple of people's names and then ask if you know them or recognize them as far as sort of people that you've seen in that establishment before. Okay. First, with respect to John O'Keefe.
I know of him.
And was he someone that you had seen in the Waterfall before when you were working there?
A couple times.
Did you know him specifically by name, or did you just sort of know him as a familiar face?
First name.
And what is it typically that, as a bartender, what is it typically that he would sort of order or get when he was?
I couldn't tell you.
Doesn't know what he's
I'm just
drinking.
asking as far as beer versus
Does he get
cocktail
tippa?
versus whatever else, if you know.
I'd say beer.
She doesn't know. I'd say beer. She's not
And,
sure.
Do you recall seeing him in the waterfall on January 28th.
Yes.
And could you describe what, if any, interaction you had with him, or when about that was in the evening?
He came up to order a beer.
And
Thank you, Suzanne.
at the end of the night, there was one group that was sort of the last group to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where were they sort of situated in the bar?
The high top, yeah, in the lounge closest to the bar.
And what, if any, association did you see with Mr. O'Keefe with regard to that group?
I believe he was standing with them.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
We can hear her better than Lally, Your Honor.
So that microphone, you can move anywhere, or wherever is most comfortable. Thanks. Now, were you familiar with anybody as far as a female party that would accompany Mr. O'Keefe to the waterfall on that or prior occasions?
No.
And had you seen Mr. O'Keefe in there with or without any sort of female companionship?
Previously?
Yes.
No. Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware.
Mhm.
Now, with regard to Christopher Albert, did you know him?
I know of him.
And you're familiar with him as far as someone who came into the waterfall on occasion?
On occasion, yes.
About how often would he be in?
Once every few months.
Chris Albert?
And do you recall him on the evening of January 28th?
I actually don't remember.
And anybody, as far as anybody else from the Albert family, as far as Brian Albert, were you familiar with him?
I know of them.
And do you recall him being there on January 28th?
Yes.
And where was he in relation to the group that was at the high top table closest to the bar?
Same area.
And who, if anyone else from that group, did you recognize or did you know on that evening?
The only people I would have recognized would be Brian Higgins.
Ooh, Higgy.
And Brian Albert's wife.
And do you even know what Brian Albert's wife's name is?
Do you even know what her wife is? What his wife's name is?
Is that someone that you had seen in there on prior occasions?
On occasion, yes.
And as far as Mr. Brian Albert, is that someone that you had seen there on prior occasions as well?
Same, on occasion.
And had you seen Mr. Higgins and Mr. Brian Albert there together on prior occasions as well?
Yes.
Did they invite you to the after party? If not, why not? Did they invite you to the after party too? Was it an open house?
I may have just one moment.
Okay.
Call the owner of the waterfall.
Are you angry that you didn't get invited to the after party?
Following that, now at some point, following that evening of January 28th, do you recall troopers from the state police coming to the waterfall, speaking with you and speaking with the owner of the waterfall?
I spoke with them, not at Waterfall.
And are you at least aware that they received from the establishment not only the video but some receipts from that evening as well?
Yes.
And have you seen those receipts on some prior date?
One.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
When? When did the troopers go in? Did they say when the troopers went in to check to get the receipts in the video?
Yes. Yes.
And general terms, do you recognize what those appear to be?
Yes.
And obviously you work at the waterfall, you've seen receipts that are generated by the establishment before, correct?
Yes.
Do those appear to be receipts from the waterfall?
Yeah.
Is there any sort of date?
I'm sorry, was there a yes or no answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with respect to the receipts that I've placed before you, do they have a date on them?
Yes.
And what is the date?
1/28/22.
Madam, may I approach?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
But it's from the day before. If the tab was closed out after midnight, wouldn't it say 1/29/22? Or is the date on the receipt the date that the tab was opened? Because
Some of the people that I'd asked you about, as far as Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Christopher Albert, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the Waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
that's
All
it.
right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's on the receipt? What does it say? Who paid? How many drinks are on there? You have any video of Karen drinking 9 vodka shots?
We've never met, correct?
No.
You had been a bartender at the Waterfall for how many years?
About 7.
And that was prior to January of 2022, or you've now been there for 7 years as of today?
As of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the Waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places.
In what towns or cities?
A couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to moving to the Waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the Waterfall?
Prior to the Waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
Townie.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton. I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family.
Correct.
You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Good. Finally.
Do I
One for the
answer
good guy.
Yes, you can answer. You can answer.
Said overruled, so you can.
I would say yes.
Okay. And how many members of the Albert family do you know, either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean, obviously, you're a bartender, and personally means that you know them in some other way.
It would only be professionally, and
Okay.
I'd say 3 or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
5 of them.
Okay. And if I asked you the names of the Albert family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts, I can't remember their wives' names
Okay.
at the moment.
You know their wives by,
Yeah.
by face?
Yeah. And then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a difference in age between the two of you? Is she closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert at the Waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named Brian Higgins there, correct?
Correct.
He was somebody that you recognized prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Don't go
Did you know
chasing
his
waterfall.
name, specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night?
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when he'd been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the Waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct.
So, Ms. Giannetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Treyas, I'm now just gonna.
Okay, well.
Jurors will take questions.
Okay.
Okay, well,
Jurors,
that
If you would fold and leave your notebooks on the chairs.
could be getting a little bit
Property
juicier.
With you.
Anyway.
Carry out here.
Are they coming back at you? Or are they going to hear some argument on the McLaughlin debacle? Would have been nice for the judge to let him finish so that bartender Rebecca could go home for the day, but now she's got to hang around until I guess 2 o'clock when they're going to come back. Right? All right. Well, whole lot of nothing, you guys. Let's get back to Jennifer's question, shall we? Jennifer had some questions before about the pictures of the Lexus in the Sally Port. So first, let me go back to her questions and then we're going to pull it up. All right. Here is the picture of the Lexus in the Sally Port. And Jennifer's question is, she says, the Sally Port full picture, a very clean back of car, sure looks like fresh dust from shattered plastic, maybe bumper and over taillight. What do you think? So here, bumper. See the dust? What do you guys think? What do you make of that? Thanks, Jennifer, for the super chat and for sending the photo. What say you, my friends? Lauren says, yes, Wanless prying caused that because he pried that taillight out and it kind of exploded, right? Michael says no cracks are seen. Any reason for defense to bring up his DV problems? Whose DV problems did they bring up? Somebody says could be salt from the slushy road. Also because it was towed back from Dighton in a blizzard. Lauren says there's also a linear scratch caused by a tool. Yeah, there are some scratches, I think, down below, right? Trish says dust, pollen, no way to know. Somebody says road salt, could be fingerprint dust. Oh, wait, that would need equipment and they don't have any, says Donna. Thank you. And Hippie Chick says, isn't that after he admitted to taking the whole taillight out? Yep. Mm-hmm. Mr. Roberts has the DV charges. Oh, Kerry's husband? Did he bring that up? Did I miss that? Boston Mom says, I wonder what bartender has heard from Townie patrons since January 28th. Yep. Kerry saw the tool mark also. Did the jury see this photo? Yes, because this actually, that's my stream on top. So Jennifer actually cut and pasted or snapped that right from my show. So we must have been or no, wait. Maybe you had that. I think the jury did see that though, because we did look at some footage from this board. Tiny Dancer says, funny how the very side of that red taillight is not pictured. That's the exact area cops busted her taillight out to plant pieces. TB broke it all down. Suzanne says the Roberts are well known in Canton for fighting physically with one another. Oh, well, that's interesting. I did not know that. That's new information for me. That I did not know. I spy a fibber. We have some more questions here. Let's see. Tiffany, thank you so much for the Venmo. Says, I enjoy listening to you. I need the humor because I find myself wanting to punch Auntie Bev and Lally, therefore ruining my phone. Thank you so much. And Elizabeth says, thanks for the great job covering this. Thank you very, 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 very much. Let's see. There's another photo here that somebody sent in, but I don't know what that is about, so we can't really show that right now because I can't confirm or deny its authenticity. Anon, please. Actually, Leslie says, he was totally ambushed. Jen begged him to go to the waterfall and begged him to go to Albert's, and he was even watching, and she was even watching for his arrival. He probably got one shoe off before going inside, but was ambushed. Premeditated, in my opinion. Or maybe everybody took their shoes off, and when somebody may have put them outside, they couldn't find the other shoe because the other shoe was not found until at some time later. Somebody put in the chat, please. I know you know when the shoe was found and where and by whom. And Stacy sends a cash app and says, OMG tennis. Thanks for your coverage. Yes, for you. If you weren't here before, Tanis Yannetti was in the chat and she saw what you said or what someone said about since John O'Keefe took his shoes off in his own house and asked all of his friends to do the same, he may have done the same if he went into 34 Fairview or we surmise perhaps 34 Fairview was a shoeless house as well, especially during a blizzard so that people wouldn't be tracking in snow and mud and other such weather-related items. Now that Lally has told us how badly it was snowing and how bad the weather was, it's possible. Lori, thank you so much for your coffee donation. I appreciate you. Scott says, thank you for excellent coverage. Thank you, Scott, very much. And Christy says, putting up with that annoying court fan. Thanks so much for your classy coverage. Thank you, Christy. Andrea, free Karen Reed. Andrea says, with a whole bunch of coffees. And as always, Maureen Francis. Anybody live in town or know where Lank lives and can confirm or deny that there was some sort of party going on over there yesterday? That's interesting. We still don't know where his damn phone is. Where's the belt? The belt is gone too. The belt was never turned into evidence. You can see him wearing the belt in the video. Or did they conveniently cut out that part where Karen kind of lifts up his shirt and puts her hand in the back of her pants and you could see the belt? Somebody says there was no party at Lang's house. I don't know. Janie says they may as well party now. The feds are coming. Checker says, did they attempt to give Officer John O'Keefe a ride home in the Ford Edge and a fight broke out? The door was open. He had his head on the door frame and his arm went through the window. Interesting theory. The shoe appeared later that night. Later that night of the 29th when the CERT team became involved, when Massachusetts police took over the scene. That's interesting. Charlie Lynn, thank you so much for your super chat. Lally is cruel for making John's friend's wife testify about the text about John's death. He was trying to make it seem like Karen intentionally stopped talking to her after that. It's shameful. Right. And we found out that they seized her phone. And that's why she never heard from Karen again. You're right. That was gross. But really, are we to expect anything less at this point? Thank you, Jennifer, for 2 super chats, checking the Venmo, and you just sent it to correct email, and we just took a look at it. Carrie became a member. Welcome, Carrie. Susan, thank you for your super chat. And this Susan, thank you for your $20. Very, very generous. BCal says, happy to watch your show, and thank you for your super chat. Mrs. Bucket, thanks for the super sticker. Katie says, thanks for the 20. Why doesn't the judge ever tell the prosecutor to hurry up? He's asking questions with a bunch of nothing. Yeah, right? Isn't he? Lizika, thanks so much for the super chat because I've nodded off 5 times and you don't have the luxury. Thank you. Maddie for the 5. Don't go chasing waterfalls. It could be today's theme. And Charlie again coming in with the super chat. What, if anything, is your point, Lally? What, if anything, is your point? What have you proven so far, except that Karen's very generous? She loved the children. She picked up Kerry Roberts' son often for practice and drove him places and bought the children nice gifts and Dunkin' Donuts and loved the children very, very much, and probably still does, although she's not allowed to have contact with them because of the court order. Paw Printed Heart, thanks for the super chat. Wonder if they didn't redact the phone number. Yeah, that might be why they weren't showing the text messages on screen, because they're not wicked smart. Suzanne, thank you for your super chat. I bet she's thinking, what type of moron is this? Charlie, we just addressed that. Thank you so much. And Lori, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. That is really, really sweet of you. Thank you so much. What did we learn today, you guys? What did we learn? Well, wait, let's see. Someone on X put that up. A couple of them met up at a cemetery. They took a picture of 3 cars. Ooh, the plot thickens. The plot thickens. Lally has not explained the belt. Nope. The only thing Lally proved, a bunch of these folks got drinking issues. Yeah, and where's the video of John walking out of the bar with the glass? Didn't we think we were going to see that? He talks about what kind of glasses that they buy and what kind of glasses certain drinks are served in, but the dots were not connected at all. I do think that the owner of the Waterfall bar is on the witness list. Can you guys confirm that for me? What her name is? Melissa, thank you so much for the 5. I'm curious, as the popular kids in town, did the Alberts have regular parties? I wonder what past attendees would say about the party vibe. Fights? Thank you. That's a good one. People live in town. A lot of people here from town probably can speak to this better than I can. Yeah, I wonder how the haters are going to spin this. Somebody said, I can't find it. The chat is moving very, very quickly. Nicole says, I learned that all of this was handled incorrectly, especially the broken bond with the kids. Yeah, that's really, really sad. Pat Sanford says, why do all these cops live in the same neighborhood? To cover for each other? Dirt, maybe? Parties like the Murdoch kids. Chris Vincent, Simeon posted a picture of Brian Albert and Jen McCabe meeting at a cemetery. I don't know. I don't know what that's all about. I can't confirm or deny anyone. That I do not know. Warrior, thank you for your super chat. If I go out, I order so it looks like a cocktail so I don't get crap from others. So I don't think the Commonwealth is scoring any points. I despise these people. This morning was a whole bunch of nothing. It really legitimately was a whole bunch of nothing. So what we're going to do now is we're going to stretch. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back at 2 o'clock. When I end this stream, it's going to teleport you over to the 2 o'clock stream. So you can start chatting over there in the 2 o'clock stream, and we're all going to take a much needed break, get some lunch, and debrief on what we've seen today and the lack of what we've seen today, and give the moderators a little time to stretch and breathe. We're going to come back at 2 o'clock when court comes back in session. So there's that. Andrea, thank you. Andrea says, love hearing your commentary on the trial. I think Catherine O'Hara to play the Judge Bev in the movie would be amazing, especially Moira Rose style comedy in the comedy version. That's a great suggestion. All right, my friends, my email is fanbase@mlittlelaw.com if you would like to email me anything for this afternoon's sesh. So we'll come back at 2 o'clock. I'm going to end this now. It's going to teleport you to the new stream. So you will be there waiting and ready to go. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Hit the subscribe button on your way out because it's free. And hit the bell so you get all notifications. My moderators, I love you. You're amazing. Go take a much needed break. And let's all remember to be cool, be kind, be classy, because it is not hard, my friends. Really, it is so not hard. Try it. You might like it. A lot of people out there need to learn that lesson, but not you guys. I'll see you at 2. Bye.